Uh, the meeting of the Committee on Finance Subcommittee B is hereby called to order. Good morning and welcome to the budget briefing on the proposed 2023 budget of DNR and its attached agencies. At this point, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Robin Padilla physically. Thank you, Senator Robin. And present online is Senator Bongo and Senator Nancy Binay. So we have a quorum. And of course, I want you to introduce yourself because this is a new uh, administration with a new president. And I was trying to look at you, and there are newcomers and oldcomers. May I ask our secretary, Tony Loizaga, to introduce herself, and of course, all the USEC who are here, the ASEC and the directors who are here kasi may mga new faces and then there are old faces. So I would like to know where they are going, what is their assignment now. I'm sure you reorganize the department. Let me now acknowledge Secretary Tony Loizaga.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Padilla. Good morning, Senator Bongo and Senator Nancy Binay, ma'am. Good morning. If I may just introduce the USECs and then the ASECs can also introduce themselves. We are still in the process of assessing for the reorganization, but we do have two new USECs po, ma'am.
Yes.
Our five original, so old, not newcomer, oldcomer po, na USEC po. So USEC Anate, as you know her po, ma'am.
Yeah.
USEC June Adobo of Legal and Legal Affairs and HR and
Can you say admin?
admin po.
Admin.
Apo. And then USEC Jonas Leones po, ma'am, as you know, Plans Programs International. Two USECs for Field Operations, USEC Michcuna, Luzon, Visayas. For Mindanao po, USEC Mark Fagada. And we have two new USECs. USEC Mark,
Isa?
yes, Fagada.
You're an
There po, ma'am.
old USEC?
Old USEC po.
What are you in charge of?
Morning, Madam Chair. Field Operations Mindanao, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes po, ma'am. And we have two newly appointed USECs po, ma'am. Sana po madagdagan pa. Pero two in the meantime.
Slowly, I'm writing.
Yes po, ma'am.
So, USEC una is
Field operations
Field,
for Luzon,
and
Visayas po.
Brigada is
For Mindanao po.
for Mindanao.
And then we have USEC Augusto Toto de la Peña po. Bagong USEC po. USEC
then-
Toto for organization transformation po. And then
What is
USEC
that?
Ma'am, we are looking now to come up with an organization that is fit for purpose po. So we are going to be doing an assessment department-wide, both human resources, assets po, technology.
Review of organization.
Yes po, ma'am.
Organization.
Yes po, ma'am. And then Yusek Malu Ernie po, who is Chief of Staff po. Ma'am, ito po.
Malu Earn. COS. Malu.
So would you like to hear from the ASECs po? Pare-pareho po sila. They can please stand up to be recognized. Directors first po, ma'am, that
Yes.
are around. Director Mancano, can you please?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Senator Padilla. I'm the director of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, ma'am. I've been here for the last 6 years.
So, mining.
Mines and Geosciences Bureau.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Cynthia Villar and Senator Robin Padilla. I'm Tirso Parian Jr. I'm the new director, ma'am, of the Forest Management Bureau. But I'm old in the DNR. Thank you, ma'am.
Before, where did you work?
I was assigned at the as a regional executive director of Region 8, ma'am.
And you, Director Moncano, where were you before?
2015, ma'am, I'm the IC Regional Director of Region 11, Davao City.
Former Regional Director.
Yes.
And next,
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished senators and members of this committee. I am Civilio David Jr., the Executive Director of the National Water Resources Board, Madam Chair. Good morning po.
Before you were assigned to
I'm with the National Water Resources Board, Madam Chair, since 2014. But before for that, I am the Chief Geologist of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Senator Padilla. I'm Nonita Kagiwa, Assistant Secretary for Finance Information System and Mining Concerns.
mining also,
Mining
but
concerns, yes po.
information system.
Yes po.
Why is there a need for information system in mining?
It is different po from the mining affairs, mining concerns. It's separate po,
But
the information system.
It's regarding mining.
No po.
It's information system,
Yes
not
po.
mining.
Yes po.
Why did you mention mining? You were previously from mining?
It's an additional po. It's different from the information system, mining concerns po.
Meron ka ring mining concerns.
Yes po.
What are mining concerns? It's not under the
We are directly
director on
coordinating with,
mining.
yeah, we are directly coordinating with the Mines and Geosciences Bureau po. Galing po ako sa Region 8. I've been with the department since 1990. Then I joined the central office since 2016.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Villar and Senator Padilla. I am William Puñado, Environmental Management Bureau Director.
So, Environmental Management Bureau is just you're just a director, not a USEC, no?
Yes, ma'am. For the bureaus, it's
So
directors
the
po, ma'am.
bureaus, ano-ano yung bureaus? EMB? At
EMB, Forest Management, Land Management, Mines Geoscience Bureau po.
so they are all
Biodiversity. Yes, ma'am. This is the existing organization po that we are going to be reviewing.
Director Conado is my favorite because he's managing Manila Bay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Maybe after Yusek Toto, maybe Mark there.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Padilla. I am Yusek Peter Encianco, Administrator of the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority. I've been the Administrator of NOMRIA since 2010.
Maria. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Padilla. I'm Director Nati Bernardino, designated as Director of the Biodiversity Management Bureau.
BMB.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Senator Padilla. I am Attorney Emilyn Talabis, Director of Land Management Bureau. Also an old-timer, Madam Chair.
Dati na siya doon. Hindi siya pinaltan, di ba? Dati na siyang director. Oo. Kasi ang daming nagpalit eh. Kasi yung iba nag-retire. Yung iba, siya nagpunta yung iba. But maraming bago eh. Kaya gusto kong introduce nila sarili nila.
Magandang umaga po, Your Honors. Maria Lourdes Ferrer po. Been the Director of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau since January, pero old-timer po ako.
Ano yung sa'yo?
Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau po, ma'am.
Ecosystem.
Research and Development Bureau.
Ano yun? ER?
ERDB po, ma'am, research. Dati po akong red ng Mimaropa. I used to handle planning and policy. Kasi since graduation, nandyan na po ako.
Okay.
Matagal na.
So, Madam Chair, thank you po for asking for the introduction. Just to clarify, we have not yet made any movements, except for the 2 new USECs that were additional. So, the organization is under study po. Apo.
Kasi dati naandyan si Sapul na, no? Nag-retire. Pinakamagaling nga yun. Di ba? I like him. Okay, so we proceed. Um, okay, so we will not ask our committee secretary to introduce you. You have introduced yourself. Okay, and this meeting is the purpose of this meeting is to discuss the proposed 2023 budget of the DNR and attached agency. The total proposed budget is 23 billion, more or less, which is lower than the last year's budget. The Office of the DNR Secretary, including the four staff bureaus under it, namely the FMB, the LMB, the BMB, and the ARDB, or the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, and also DNR's field offices in the regions, provinces, and in certain cities and municipalities. Then there are two line bureaus of DNR, namely EMB and MGB, and the three attached agencies, namely NAMRIA, National Water Resource Board, and the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. We now proceed to the presentation of DNR on their proposed 2023 budget. I wish to ask Secretary Tony Loizaga to explain their budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may begin with a statement from the department. To the honorable ladies and gentlemen of the 19th Congress and the chairman of the Finance Committee, Madam Chair, good morning. It's our honor as the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to present to this august body with our proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023. The DNR is committed to ensuring that our programs and policies are evidence-informed, based on stakeholder consultation, and bolstered by appropriate current, emerging, and practical technologies. We are committed to integrating scientific, technological, and traditional knowledge and expertise and innovation into the DNR's strategies, policies, and processes. The department has made initial strides, starting with the recently concluded DNR Multi-Stakeholder Forum. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Sir and Senator Robin Padilla for joining us for the forum. The learnings from this exchange with our stakeholders are essential contributions to the identification of our strategies, directions, and priority actions. Consequently, this consultation has accelerated the DNR's mission of mobilizing our citizens in protecting, conserving, and managing the environment and natural resources of our country. For 2023, we're humbly requesting a total amount of 23,041,980,000 pesos to support our directions, priorities, and our shared mission for a resilient and sustainable development in the country. First is the mapping and accounting of the country's natural resources, wherein we intend to combine geospatial intelligence, economics, natural, social, industrial sciences. This work of natural capital accounting is transdisciplinary and will entail close collaboration and synergies with the different departments. We'd also wish to help build resilient local governments and communities one step at a time to responsible and ethical stewardship of natural resources. Our work is from ridge to reef, and the DNR is cognizant of its role as protector of the natural systems that provide food, water, and energy needed by our people. As a result, water security and energy security and food security are our priority. As the lead of the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation and Disaster Risk Reduction, we will confront the climate emergency through practical yet transformative adaptation using traditional knowledge, science, technology, engineering, and innovation. In closing, we will strive to continuously protect our indigenous species as part of our national heritage, pride, and identity, while enabling our indigenous communities to harness the resources that they have for the socioeconomic and commercial benefits they may bring to them and to our country. We respectfully invite you to join us on this journey and trust in your sincere support as we embark on this new course and new mission. Maraming salamat po. I believe we have a short AVP, Madam Chair, to share with you.
Go ahead.
of Environment and Natural Resources is honored to present its budget proposal for fiscal year 2023, anchored on the government's overall goal of achieving a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. Regarding the nexus between economic development proposal for fiscal year 2023, anchored on the government's overall goal of achieving a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. For fiscal year 2023, the DENR's priority thrusts and directions are aligned with the President's pronouncement during his State of the Nation's address last July 2022 regarding the nexus between economic development, climate change, and environment, and ensuring water security in the country. The DENR's programs and policies support the government's 8-point agenda of pursuing a green and blue economy and creating green jobs. The DENR will adopt climate risks lens in planning and policy formulation. This requires the establishment of a national natural resource geospatial database, which provides the integration of climate-related and geospatial data for planning and informed policy and decision-making. The DENR manages 15 million hectares of lands classified as forest lands. It will pursue reforestation efforts to protect the 7.2 million hectares of forest cover in the country based on the 2015 data capture by NAMRIA and maintain its steady increase as experienced in 2010 to 2020, almost 6% rise in forest cover. Conservation of 248 protected areas under the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System will be improved to sustain habitat interconnectivity and protect wildlife resources. The 470 inland wetland sites, including the 8 Ramsar sites, will be managed properly for flood protection, water quality improvement, and shoreline erosion control. The 864 classified caves will be protected for biodiversity conservation, fostering integrated ocean and coastal management. 33 marine protected area networks will be supported for fish productivity and biodiversity-friendly livelihood enterprises for coastal communities. Critical habitats that have been designated will be protected as they serve as natural home of the endemic and threatened species of the country's wild fauna and flora. Enforcement against illegal wildlife trade and wildlife crime hotspots will be enhanced. For effective monitoring of air quality, maintenance and operation of 109 air quality monitoring stations will be bolstered. Air quality management will be strengthened in the 22 airsheds designated across the country. Water quality management areas that have been designated will be made functional. Continuous classification of water bodies based on beneficial use will be pursued. More effective management of solid and hazardous wastes will be undertaken through assistance to LGUs. Water security and resilience, especially in high water stressed areas, will be promoted. The department aims to sustainably and responsibly manage its mineral resources, consisting of 9 million hectares with high mineral potential. Around 730,000 hectares, or 2.5% of the Philippines' total land area, are covered with mining tenements. The 1:50,000 scale geologic maps produced from the 970 geologic quadrangles under the Quadrangle Mapping Project cover almost all of the Philippine land area, provide geological information on potential development of minerals, energy, and water resources. Mineral resources development using these generated maps will be made. Support to small-scale miners through Minahang Bayan in 9 regions will be strengthened to ensure benefits to the communities and environmental safeguards are in place. effective land management and governance will be pursued. To support the DENR's priorities, proposal for budget under the National Expenditure Program amounts to 23 billion pesos, broken down into 10 billion pesos for maintenance and other operating expenses, 2.9 billion pesos for capital outlay, and 10 billion pesos for personnel services. The breakdown per office shows that of the 23 billion pesos, 17 billion pesos is aimed to support activities of the central office, regional offices, Penros, Senros, and staff bureaus. Of the 23 billion pesos, 4 billion pesos will be used for the general administration and support. 2.6 billion pesos is pegged for support to operations, and 15.7 billion pesos for operations. Under operations, the proposed budget for the three major outcomes are natural resources sustainably managed, which has over 12.3 billion pesos, clean and healthy environment sustained, 1.7 billion pesos, adaptive capacities of human communities and natural systems improved, which has 1.6 billion pesos. In terms of major programs, budget allocated under the fiscal year 2023, NEP is down by 1.3 billion pesos, or 15%, when compared to the DENR's fiscal year 2022 GAA. For January to June 2022, 54.05% of the total allotment of the DENR is already obligated. Supporting the proposed 2023 budget proposal are the DENR's targets for 2023, taking off from the accomplishments in 2021 and January to June 2022. For the establishment of the National Natural Resource Geospatial Database, activities are to strengthen support to information technology, development of various information systems. In support of the requirements for updated geospatial information database, 1,500 large-scale 1:10,000 digital line maps and updated 45 medium-scale 1:50,000 maps were produced. For 2023, 1,500 large-scale digital line maps and 45 medium-scale topographic maps will be produced. Under the Enhanced National Greening Program, the total area reforested was 98,480 hectares and 112.5 million seedlings of various commodities were produced. About 324,159 jobs were generated and 62,292 persons were employed. For 2023, more than 11,000 hectares of potential NGP sites will be developed and around 6 million seedlings will be produced. Forest protection was intensified with more than 195,000 kilometers patrolled, neutralized hotspots gone down to 18 hotspot municipalities, or 5% decrease, and more than 3.7 million board feet of undocumented forest products apprehended. Around 81,000 kilometers within forest lands will be patrolled and more than 1,000 forest protection officers to be hired. On protected area management, a total of 934 corners of boundary were established for the demarcation of legislated protected areas. 16 protected area suitability assessment were conducted and 3 PA management plans were prepared. For 2023, similar activities will be conducted, including survey and registration of protected area occupants of 654 barangays with PA. For scaling up of management of coastal and marine ecosystems, 37 marine protected areas or MPAs were assessed. 13 MPA networks were established. 16 MPA networks strengthened through active and capacitated management boards. Biodiversity-friendly enterprises, or BDFE, of the 45 people's organizations were enhanced through the conduct of training. For 2023, more PA assessment, monitoring, establishment, and strengthening will be undertaken, as well as more PO support. For wildlife protection and conservation, 10 critical habitats were managed. 15,506 wildlife permits were issued nationwide. 479 wildlife monitoring units covering 36 airports and 131 seaports were mobilized. Several wildlife enforcement officers were trained. 264 enforcement operations were conducted. 66,000 were confiscated due to active mobilization of the Philippine Operations Group on Ivory and Illegal Wildlife Trade, or POGI, and enforcement operations. For 2023, 10 threatened species will be monitored. 87 wildlife traffic monitoring units and wildlife enforcement officers will be mobilized to major entry points, destination of illegal wildlife trade, transshipment points, and poaching sites. Wildlife disease surveillance in 17 target sites for avian flu, Nipah, and Ebola virus will be enhanced. About 27,000 firms monitored and 39 firms with continuous emission monitoring system were connected to the real-time data acquisition and handling system. 109 air quality monitoring stations were maintained. 22 airshed governing boards were operationalized. Air quality management will be enhanced through the effective monitoring of compliance of around 16,000 firms, designation of additional 4 airsheds, and upgrading of ambient air quality standards to include additional parameters. In compliance with the Philippine Clean Water Act, about 14,000 establishments were monitored. 40 water quality management areas were operationalized. 50 priority and 44 recreational water bodies were monitored. 82 water bodies were classified and endorsed for approval. Water quality management in Manila Bay, Boracay, Siargao, El Nido, Coron, Puerto Galera, and Panglao showed decrease in coliform level. For the continuous improvement of water quality, targets for similar activities will be continued. Bio-waste shredder with composter machines were provided to about 1,200 LGUs. 10-year solid waste management plans of more than 1,000 LGUs were approved. 285 treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, of which 32 for infectious wastes, were monitored. For 2023, it is targeted that the remaining 445 10-year solid waste management plans will be approved. The rehabilitation of 616 closed dump sites, 282 sanitary landfills, and 164 treatment, storage, and disposal, or TSD facilities will be monitored. On water regulation, around 5,000 water permit applications were approved and 239 certificates of public convenience were issued. Water meters, water sources, diversion waterworks, and water utilities were inspected. Comprehensive resource assessment was conducted for major river basins. A total of 3 groundwater management plans were developed. 3 comprehensive water resources assessment were conducted, and 7 groundwater monitoring wells were installed. In 2023, continued water regulation and monitoring activities will be undertaken, including establishment of 2 groundwater monitoring well system in water concessionaries' reactive wells with telemetry. On land administration and management, around 61,000 residential, agricultural, and commercial and industrial patents were issued to provide 10-year security to the qualified beneficiaries. Datasets of more than 100 cities, municipalities, from land administration and management system were verified and corrected. For 2023, 13,000 residential and 12,900 agricultural free patents will be issued. 179 municipalities or cities are targeted for digital cadastral database cleansing. To promote mineral resources development, 7,185 mining rights, contracts, permits, and other mining-related permits were issued. 15 Minahang Bayan sites were declared. 249 multi-partite monitoring teams of mining projects were operationalized. For 2023, 3,946 mining rights, contracts, permits are targeted to be issued. 53 declared Minahang Bayan sites will be monitored, and 8 new Minahang Bayan sites will be declared. In support to disaster risk reduction efforts of the government, vulnerability and risk assessment was conducted in 133 cities, municipalities, to assess their susceptibility to geohazards, specifically landslides and flooding. 84 cities or municipalities were assessed for groundwater resource. For 2023, vulnerability and risk assessment for 71 cities, Municipalities, while groundwater resources availability assessment for 50 cities or municipalities will be undertaken under the Environment and Natural Resources Resiliency Program, which aims to improve the capacities of vulnerable communities and the natural ecosystems for resilience roadmaps with investment portfolio for risk resilience for climate vulnerable areas were developed. For fiscal year 2023, baseline of the ecosystem services through green assessment, especially in the 24 priority climate vulnerable provinces, will be generated for resilience planning. 34 cities will be capacitated on greenhouse gas inventory and management. Watershed characterization and vulnerability assessment, or WCVA, of 15 priority watersheds were conducted. Whole ecosystem carbon stock and sequestration assessment of ENGP sites was developed. Various research and development extension projects were implemented. For 2023, RDE projects focusing on ecosystems resilience will be pursued. The threats and risks to the ecosystems, biodiversity resources, and communities due to hazards and impacts of climate change are daunting. Resources are needed to sufficiently mobilize and respond to these challenges. Compared to fiscal year 2022 budget, the DENR recommended budget for fiscal 2023 decreased by 9.47% or 2.4 billion pesos. DENR's average annual budget for the past 10 years is 23.7 billion pesos, or less than 1% of the national appropriations. The DENR respectfully appeals to the continuing and relentless support of the Congress in financing investments on environment and natural resources management, risk resiliency, and adaptive capacities of natural resources and communities. Recovery from the pandemic requires linking economic growth pathways, natural systems, and environmental sustainability. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, DNR, for your extensive presentation. And we are now in the discussion of the budget. The order of questioning by the senators will be in accordance with the order of their arrival. We will first recognize those physically present and then those present online. Okay. So we now recognize Senator Padilla to ask his question.
Magandang umaga po.
I wish to acknowledge the presence of Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po, mahal na tagapangulo, Ma'am Senator Cynthia Villar, at sa ating pong Senate Pro Tempore, ang walking environmentalist, Ma'am Lauren Legarda. Ma'am Senator, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. At sa lahat po ng ating mga bisita, magandang umaga po. At sa ating pong nasa online na Senadora, Ma'am Senator Nancy Binay, magandang umaga po. Ako po ay nandito at pinilit ko po talaga na mapasama dito sa pagdinig na to sapagkat naniniwala po ako, mahal na tagapangulo, na ang DNR ay isa sa pag-asa natin na makabangon ang ating inang bayang Pilipinas sa pagpapahirap ng pagkakautang natin. Sa ngayon po, napakalaki na po ng utang ng Pilipinas. Katunayan, ito pong isunod natin na budget na naman, 2 trilyon na naman ang uutangin natin. Ako po kasi ay, para po may background kayo, ako po ay anak ng isang labor leader. Ang tatay ko po ay si Roy Padilla Sr., siya po ang presidente ng National Mines and Allied Workers Union. Sa matagal na panahon, siya po ang presidente ng Mining International Federation na nakabase sa England. Siya po ay representante ng Pilipinas sa International Labor Organization. Ako po ay lumaki sa minahan. Ako po ay matagal exposed sa lahat ng minahan, sa lahat ng dako ng Pilipinas dahil ako po ay kasama ng tatay ko. Ang tanong lang po, ano po ang kalagayan ng minahan sa Pilipinas? Ako po ay tagahanga ni Director Wilfredo Moncano. Ako po ay tagahanga. Siya po ay aming tinatanong palagi sapagkat meron pong lumabas noong araw, noong ito po kailan lang ito? 2015. Ang sabi po dito, meron daw po tayong $1.4 trillion na halaga ng gold reserve sa Pilipinas. Sabi pa po ay pangalawa tayo sa may pinakamalaking gold reserve. Kung sasama po natin yung non-metallic, $7 billion po ito. Billions of dollars. Ang utang lang po natin sa ngayon ay 13 trillion. Aba, kung mamili na po natin ito, sigurado hindi na po tayo mangungutang, hindi na po tayo nababawasan ng budget. At higit sa lahat, hindi na po tayo mamamalimos sa mga mayayamang bansa. Gusto ko lamang po malaman, bakit po kaya yung ating mining industry, ako po hindi naniniwala na ang minahan ay nakakasira ng environment. Sapagkat nung ako po ay nagpunta sa Europa at nag-seminar po ako sa Sweden. Sweden po kasi ang center ng mining industry sa Europe. Yung po pagpasok ko doon sa seminar, kasi may hotel yan Pagpasok mo sa hotel, madalas makikita niyo po sa hotel, di ba, ang nakalagay doon, do not drink yung potable water, hindi potable water ito. Yung tap water nila, hindi potable. Madalas sa hotel yan, dito lang sa Pilipinas, ganyan don't drink. So pagpasok mo doon sa hotel, doon sa loob ng minahan, ang nakalagay doon, the safest drinking water in the world. Aba, napaka sa akin po yun, di ba? Nasa loob ka ng minahan at yung tap water nila, ang safest drinking water in the world. At nung ako po ay nag-seminar doon at ikot doon sa minahan, pinakita po sa akin yung paano yung proseso nila ng, siyempre, merong mga toxic, paano mag-dispose. At walang tinatamaan, walang nasasaktan sa environment. Alam naman po natin, ang Europe, lalo na ang Sweden, lalo na yung mga Nordic states na tinatawag. Sila po yung mainat. Sila na yung sinasamba ng mga first world countries pagdating sa pag-aalaga ng environment. So, gusto ko lang po ipalam na hindi ako naniniwala na ang mining ay nakakasira ng environment. Nasa pagmamanage yan kung paano. Ito ang tanong ko po, bakit po kaya hindi natin ma-develop ang ating mining sa Pilipinas?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you po, Senator, for that question. I will turn over po to Director Moncano shortly and to Yusek Jonas perhaps. Pero just po to respond to your question. Ang medyo nakukulang po dito sa atin ngayon, ang capacity to observe, monitor, and make standards and guidelines na kailangan po mag-follow, okay, at mag-comply ang mga mining sector natin dito sa Pilipinas. So, medyo nakikita niyo po yung size ng assets na sinabi niyo po, Madam Chair, 1.4 trillion in gold reserve. Tsaka po non-metallics, total po 7 trillion. Ang budget po ng DNR, hindi po kami within the top 10 of the total budget po annually sa gobyerno po natin. So, ang capacity for the department to establish new and sound standards, guidelines to monitor and observe po yung mga ginagawa po na ating mga investors sa mining industry, ang social protection po for the laborers in the mining sector ay hindi po gaano kalaki. And so we are not able to fully move ahead unless we are able to establish these capacities po on the part of the department in order to safeguard po yung development ng sector. The industry po is resource rich and the department po is constrained by the amount of resources available, human, technical, technological, to manage po this activity dito sa atin. Meron po tayong tinatawag ngayon na responsible mining. At yung responsible mining po ay isang approach po sa mining activity na meron pong baguhan na standards to preserve environment, social, tsaka po yung compliance, no? Yan po ngayon ang tinatrabaho ng Chamber of Mines. For example, meron silang mga set of standards. Medyo nakuhuli lang po ang department, always on the catch-up because kulang po talaga ang resources available for us to also help enhance the industry activity po. So these are the realities po, Madam Chair, of the situation in the mining sector. Alam na po natin ang pag-iba-iba po ng polisiya towards mining, ang isa pa ring factor na hindi po madideny po natin in the previous administrations, medyo pa iba-iba po yung policy of the government regarding mining. So alam naman po natin na there was some period wherein certain types of mining were not allowed. Opo. And then yun po sa kaduluhan po ng previous administration, napabukas na naman po itong type of mining. The other factor po is the source of the raw materials, no. We need po, Madam Chair, to develop our own processing and value adding in order po na hindi po yung raw ore po ang ine-export po natin. Kasi karamihan po ngayon ang napapa-export po natin is raw ore, no. So kailangan po ng investment in the value added processing para po we can actually realize the full value po of what we are able to export dito po sa atin. So we need to work po with DOST, with DTI, with the private sector po. And I will also put on the table po, together with the private sector, also academe at yung CSO sector po, so that we can also reassure the social protection of our mining communities. So kailangan po whole of society po ito. Kung minsan, Madam Chair, the idea is to look only to the DNR for the support for the industry. Whole of society po ito. And the private sector, because they are advanced po in terms of their resources, technological, scientific, they must be engaged constructively in this process po.
Maganda po, nabanggit niyo po, mahal na kalihim, yung private sector. Sapagkat, katulad po ng aking paghahayag kanina, ang experience ko po nung panahon namin ng tatay ko, nandito po kasi noon, ang mga foreign investors, halos lahat ng mga mining natin noon, na inikot po namin, bata pa ako noon, nakikita ko talaga mga puti. Opo. Sa palagay po ba meron tayong kailangan baguhin sa konstitusyon? Dahil sa akin po ngayon, ako po ang committee chairman ng amendments and revision. Sa palagay niyo po ba, may epekto itong 60-40 na to na nasa konstitusyon na may kinalaman po sa exploitation, development, utilization ng ating mineral resources?
Certainly po, ang policy environment po and legislation ang may effect so sa mga investors po natin na tagalabas. However po, may dalawang, I think I'll turn over to Director Moncano here to discuss ang difference po sa MPSA at si FTAA po na dalawang approach po at dalawang relationship sa mga investors in the mining industry na pwede pong pasukan ng mga foreigners. So, Director Moncano, Madam Chair, if I may recognize Director Moncano to speak about both MPSA and FTAA.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, and Senator Robin. Yes, correct si Secretary when she mentioned that there are two possible options for investors to come into the Philippines, no, through the mineral production sharing agreement. Ito yung may nationality provision. 60 should be owned by Filipinos, 40% by foreigners. The second option is yung financial technical assistance agreement, wherein pwede naman siyang 100% owned by foreigners. And this was confirmed by the Supreme Court decision in 2004. So dalawang option talaga ito. But unfortunately, yung capital requirement doon sa mga mag-invest na 100%, malaking requirement. That's why most of the Filipinos with some foreign partners na hindi ganun kalaki, they will not choose yung financial technical assistance agreement dahil nga sa kailangan requirement sa capitalization. So they opted for the mineral production sharing agreement na 60-40. So kung ang tanong is this a limitation on the part of the foreign investors, I would say na kung hindi yung mga global players, mga global players, yung mga malalaking mining companies, this is not a limitation dahil kaya nilang pumasok doon sa financial technical assistance agreement dahil kaya nila. But for those na mga investor na mga junior, tawag namin yung junior players, maaring limitation itong nationality provisions ng 60-40 because yun na nga, they will not be majority owner of the investment in the Philippines. Kailangan Pilipino kasi. So yun ang diferensya no na Madam Chair and Senator Robin.
Kasi po pansin ko lang, after ng 1986 People Power, lumabas yung 1987 Constitution, nagkaroon tayo ng bagong Constitution, nawala na lahat dito sa Pilipinas po, yung ating mga foreign investors sa mining. At nung panahon po kasi na yun, ang tawag ng mga minero doon, Golden Era. Bakit po nila tinawag ng Golden Era yung panahon ng mining na mayroon mga foreigners dito? Kasi labor rights, nakuha nila. Makita mo talaga may housing, nakakapag-aral ang mga bata nila. Lahat po sila, pati ang kanilang retirement, maganda. Ngayon, wala po akong nakita. Sa pag-iikot ko po sa ating bayan, madalas nakikita ko ang mga minahan. Sinasabi nila small scale. Pero pagpunta mo, large scale. Walang rights yung mga labor, yung mga minero. Higit sa lahat, nagmamay-ari pa, politiko. Yun po ang mga nakakalungkot na sitwasyon. At katulad din po dito, ang sabi po dito, ayon po to sa DBM, ang sabi po dito sa batas kasi, ang LGU dapat nakaka-receive ng 40% of national government revenue from resource wealth extracted within the LGUs. Ang natanggap lang po ng local government ay 1.562 billion from mining taxes. Sabi po yan ng BIR noong 2019. So, parang ang lumalabas po, ang kinita lang ng ating gobyerno sa mining taxes ay 3.75 billion lang. Parang ang liit naman po noon. Parang pagka tinignan ko yung trillion of dollars, tinignan ko yung ating industry sa mining, at ito lang ang kinikita at napupunta sa gobyerno. Parang talong-talo po ang gobyerno. Nakakalungkot po yan sapagkat ang gusto ko po, ang pangarap ko, nakita ko talaga sa Europe, yung kanilang local DNR doon. Progresibo. Talagang tinitingala. Yun ang nagdadala ng development sa Sweden lang po. yung mga minahan doon, sila ang nagpapaaral, social services, buhay na buhay. Kaya bakit po kaya ganun? Bakit po kaya parang ang liit? Ito po bang batas na lumabas na binigay natin ang karapatan sa local government magbigay ng karapatan na sila ang magpamina? Tama po ba yun? Nakatulong po ba yun?
Madam Chair, I will, if I may, I will direct it to Director Moncano. Pero po, just to say po na there were periods paiba-iba ang policy ng gobyerno natin po nationally tungkol po dito sa industry ito. And hindi po yan nakatulong, I think, in terms of yung revenue na ini-expect from the industry itself. So one of the factors din po is the stability of the business environment for the investors to come in po and make their investment. Kasi hindi po maliit yung investment for this type of activity po. And then, bago po makarealize ng return, yung period of expiration, medyo matagal-tagal rin po. So talagang po papalabas ng resources ang mga investors. But the primary concern po, as we hear it from the business sector, is yung paiba-iba ng national policy. And that gives the instability po in the sector itself. Madam Chair, if I may turn over to Director Moncano to speak directly about the small scale.
Just want to comment on
Yes.
that. What is now your policy? If there was the difficulty came from different policies and changing policy, what is now the policy of this administration with regards to mining?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Per the President's directive po, we are looking to the mining sector as really a source for economic recovery. We're working with the Department of Finance po on the different financial dimensions of the stepping up po of the mining activity. But we're also looking, Madam Chair, at building the capacity of the DNR to actually perform their duty in terms of how we assess the applications, how we're able to observe and monitor the mining activities, how we're able to analyze the impact on the different communities and ecosystems. So we are actually working with the other departments po, Madam Chair, in order
mo kulang ang budget nyo for mining, that's why you cannot work efficiently.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I may, the department's budget overall, and this is my own
we're
assessment.
talking of mining because that is can be a source of income for the Philippines. Kasi nakalagay dito sa ano nyo, ang mining lang is 6,390. This is the ang nakalagay dito 9.8 million hectares have high mining potential. And ang lupa lang natin is 30 million hectares. So 1/3 of the Philippines can be mined.
Yes, ma'am.
And alam mo, hindi naman magagamit sa agriculture yan unless you remove the metals. Kasi yan ang hindi nabubuhay ang halaman sa isang lupa na may metal sa ilalim. Kailangan tanggalin mo yung metal and then rehabilitate to be an agricultural land. So, hindi natin rin magagamit sa agriculture yan kasi hindi tutubo ang mga halaman pag may mga metal sa ilalim. That's how I understood it. So, dapat i-mine mo and then i-rehabilitate ng mining company to become agricultural land. Otherwise, hindi sila maganda sa agriculture. So, importante sa bansa natin na magawa nyo yung trabaho nyo, na mabigyan nyo ng opportunity to mine yung mga itong sinasabi nyo na 9 million hectares, which is 1/3 of the Philippines. 30 million hectares lang tayo eh. And kung kailangan nyo yung budget para mag-function well, yung ating ano pangalan ng agency mo?
Mines and Geoscience po, Madam Chair.
MGB, edi humingi kayo ng additional budget. But let's develop the mining industry now that they have allowed the open pit mining. Kasi noon, kaya sila pumara, hindi dinisallow yung open pit mining. And besides, kasi meron yung mga environmentalists sinasabi na bad daw for the environment ang mining. Depende, kasi yung mga legitimate miner, okay sila. Ang mga nagdi-destroy ng environment are the illegal miners. Di wag nating i-allow yung illegal miners at mag-encourage tayo ng legitimate miners. Oo.
Madam Chair, if I may, I am outnumbered here, but it doesn't mean that I am totally against what the chair and my dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood. Let me just interject. With your permission, you have the floor. Perhaps the DNR could submit to the committee a list of all mining activities in the Philippines, per region, per province, who are the large scale, and what is large scale, who are the small scale, and there are certainly illegal. Kakaupo lang ni Secretary, so hindi naman niya kayang patigilin pagka-confirm niya kaagad yung illegal. At sino sa tingin nyo, sa intel ninyo, ang illegal na umiiral pa? Yon.
Ganito
Yes.
rin, kasi I go to the provinces and I talk to the governors. Sinasabi nila, yung small scale mining, hindi naman talaga small scale yon. Front lang yun ng illegal miners. And then, kaya mo nahahalatang, as you said, kaya mo nahahalata na illegal miners, yung bang small scale miners makakabili ng mga equipment na naandoon? Oo. So, sinasabi nila, ginagamit lang nila na front yung mga small scale miners to do illegal mining. So, dapat, stop natin yun. Lahat sila legal, dapat. Hindi nila gagamitin yung small scale miners para front ng illegal miners. Kasi, pag sinabi mo na ang investor yung small scale, di walang rights yun eh. 'Di ba? Kasi sila
Madam Chair?
mismo ang ang nagma-mining eh. So, parang yun eh, parang small enterprises. Front lang sila, in effect, empleyado sila. Sinasabi mo, wala silang right kasi hindi naman nila ina-acknowledge na empleyado sila. They are the front eh.
Yes,
So
Madam
kung paano
Chair?
sila ititreat nung kanilang mga pinagpo-frontan, ganun lang sila. Kaya sinasabi niya na kawawa daw, mas mabuti pa nung araw na mga foreign, they're treated well. So, yun ang So, we have to distinguish kung sino ba yung legal miners and illegal miners na ang ginagamit nilang front yung mga people.
We take note of that, Madam Chair. That's the reason why this representation requested the DNR to give us a list of all those who are considered large, medium, small, illegal or legal, with permits, no permits, processing, etc. But I think I will yield first. I think Senator Binay is on the line, Madam Chair, but I will comment on that. Then I realize this is a budget hearing and the issue of mining will take very, very long. Let me just comment after I yield to Senator Binay with the permission of the chair. Thank you.
We recognize Senator Binay, but before we allow her to speak, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Amy Marcos online. Okay, now it's Senator Binay's turn.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Senator Robin Hood and Senator Lauren, for allowing me to ask one question. Madam Chairperson, pwede yung matanong si Secretary kung may nahuli na ho ba tayong mga legal miners na nagva-violate ng mga practices?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. I will turn over to Director Moncano to respond kasi po historical po yung paghuhuli. Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, and Senator Binay. The Mines and Geosciences Bureau has a group that is assigned for small scale mining. No, in the region, this is assigned to the Mine Management Division, and of course we also have a legal division in the illegal section in the regional offices. Now, the enforcement on small scale mining actually is a combination, a joint activity of the province because this is supposed to be a devolved activity. So, ang mag-enforce nun, kasama ang MGB, kasama ang members of the Provincial Mining Regulatory Board, and of course, yung enforcement unit like the PNP or the Armed Forces of the Philippines or the NBI. No, so, they will be conducting, once there is a complaint of illegal mining in an area, pupuntahan ito ng ating team, no, kasama yung nabanggit kong from the local government unit and from the MGB, and then saka sila mag-conduct ng enforcement action. Now the problem here actually is that pagka napunta nila ang area, napatigil yung operation, hindi mo iwanan ng tao doon para mag-maintain doon sa stoppage order, no, para mapigil yung operation. Pag alis ng enforcement unit, mga police or PNP, pag alis noon 3 days, 5 days after, babalik na naman sila. Kahit na sinarado yung minahan, babalik na naman sila. So yun ang parang guerrilla dahil pagkaalis nung nagbantay, babalik na naman sila doon sa pagmimina.
Pero ito ho yung first small scale. Pero ho dun sa large scale mining, may mga nahuli na ba kayo na nagva-violate?
Madam Chair, may I turn over to Yusek Jonas Leones, who will explain the cases wherein there were some citations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Senator. In fact, during the time, alam po ni Senator Lorento, during the time of Secretary Gina Lopez, we have suspended at least 30 mining companies, large-scale mining companies, for violation of environmental laws, Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act. And recently, Madam Chair, in Davao, there was a mining company whose funding, a tailings pond was destroyed and then contaminating the water bodies there. We issued a cease and desist order and we fined them, Madam Senator. So in terms of legal large-scale mining, we have been very serious in our campaign to really force them, to compel them to comply with our environmental laws. But ang sinabi po ni Senator Robin, for the small scale, yun po yung mga nagiging problem natin dahil nangyayari po yung permit nito galing po sa local government. So ang ginagawa po ng direction dyan, meron po tayong dinideclare na minahang bayan para ma-regulate natin yung mga small scale within the minahang bayan po. So yun po yung ating direction po.
Thank you. So parang technically walang difference whether it's small scale or large scale, may violations. But at the end of the day, for as long as we don't give you the right funding para ma-monitor at mabantayan nyo kung tama yung ginagawa nila, we cannot open fully this industry. Parang ganun ho yung lumalabas. Tama po ba?
Madam Chair, yes po, that is the position po of the department at the moment. Just to give you some idea po, the MGB's budget is only 1.39 billion. In comparison po to the scale of the resources that it is supposed to be overseeing and managing and protecting and possibly enhancing in the trillions po of US dollars, the budget is really quite small. And in fact po, the submitted budget was decreased by 8% in order to conform to what was provided to us by the DBM. So we are living within what the DBM has allotted for us. Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Madam Chair, may I proceed with my interjection in connection with the question of Senator Binay? Just a few minutes before I take my time.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, it is important to balance livelihood which is generated by sustainable, responsible mining, as the good secretary has mentioned. At the same time, the conservation and preservation of degraded areas so that to the best extent possible through nature-based solutions, we're able to restore it so that the local communities do not suffer from the degradation and extraction from the land which was mined. I just state that as a premise of my question I want to know from the DNR if we are like-minded or on the same page. We cannot totally ban. It would be impossible, improbable. We also cannot say just exploit without any safeguards based on nature-based solutions, science-based, as our secretary would always say, and I adhere to that, sustainability measures, and taking into consideration laws already enacted, including the INIPAS, which the chair had ably sponsored, which I authored 5 years ago, and possible other protected areas in the future. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As a matter of fact po, we are at the process at this point of interrelating all the different work areas of the bureaus of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So we are trying to now overlay where the mining tenements maps are, where the Minahang Bayans are, where the NIPAS areas are, where the INIPAS areas are, and all the other hotspots for biodiversity, etc. We are now overlaying all of these in order to identify the high-risk areas for and high opportunity areas as well for the development of the country. And that is why we are pushing for the National Natural Resource Geospatial Database po. Without the physical basis of our natural resources, including the legislated areas and those that have permits of a special type, we cannot establish the basis for our properly establish the basis for our permitting, for observation, for our monitoring. And this is really the critical nature of the PENCAS, because the PENCAS now will also rely on the physical basis that will be provided by these overlaying maps. We cannot proceed po moving forward without really overlapping all of these data sets. So we have the highly mineralized areas, we have the high biodiversity, we have the NIPAS areas, we have the forest lands. And we need to intersect all of these po in order to come up with a high risk and also high opportunity areas for development. Thank you po, ma'am.
I am glad that the good secretary mentioned PENCAS. It is a bill filed in both houses of Congress, a bill I also filed when I was congressman, not yet enacted into law. The NEDA, Secretary Balisacan, is very open. In fact, the NEDA had already established a PENCAS group or staff support they've been doing it. In NEDA, maybe not yet enacted, pero pwedeng simulan. May I request the good secretary, but I will expound on PENCAS later when it's my time. It's a mining interjection. So that the NEDA had just called my office yesterday so that we can lead them into mainstreaming and possible enactment into law. But even before it becomes a law, we can already implement it. As we know, the environmental economic accounting system is already being utilized by the European Commission, by the United Nations 10 years ago, but officially 2021. So thank you for that. Back to the issue of mining. Maganda po yung sinabi ni Yusek Leones na pag meron mga violations sa mga tailings pond, ay stricto kayo. Kaya ang tanong ko po, maski hindi po sa NIPAS or declared protected area, ay stricto po ang inyong pag-monitor. At ano ba ang mga kahalagahan or ano yung mga requirements ninyo sa pag-rehabilitate ng mga naminang lugar? I will simplify my question. I would assume that all declared protected areas, you do not allow mining, right? It's not allowed. So in non-declared or legislated PA areas, ano po yung dapat gawin ng nagmimina para po manumbalik po ang natural na environment ayon po sa kalikasan na hindi gumagamit ng chemical? How do we rejuvenate or rehabilitate the land? Just that basic question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you may know, we are now under a system where we require what we call progressive rehabilitation of areas that are being mined. So as they are extracting the minerals, they are also required to be rehabilitating where they have already operated. This is one approach po that we have been taking in order for us to ensure that there is some form of restoration. Realistically speaking, as far as ecosystems are concerned, there will never be a full restoration. We all know that rehabilitation can only go so far because the ecosystem can never be fully restored to its original state. So progressive rehabilitation is just one of the major avenues for restoration, but it will never be complete. The second one would be to adopt what we call a mitigation hierarchy. And this is something that we're exploring now as a concept and a possible approach where we cannot avoid the actual disturbance of the ecosystem, we are required to reduce, and that's where the progressive rehabilitation will take place and mitigate as well. There is now a move internationally that is being explored by several global mining companies and organizations like Conservation International, wherein it is a combination of progressive rehabilitation and compensatory action, where they must also invest in the enhancement of high-value biodiversity areas in their area. And so companies like BHP, for example, which is a global resource company, has now partnered with Conservation International to combine both progressive rehabilitation, of course, that involves social development as well, with compensatory action. Investments in the reforestation or the enhancement of high biodiversity areas, whether they be wetlands or other types of ecosystems that are in fact part of the area wherein they are actually disturbing to extract. So this is a combination now that is being developed and involves some amount of valuation of ecosystem services that will actually be possible to even trade in the later portion of this system. So it's not just the progressive rehabilitation, there's a combination now of compensation, compensatory action. And that really involves other areas surrounding which are high value biodiversity or valuable forest areas. Thank you, po.
Thank you for that. I agree with you. At the same time, I hope we're able to operationalize it on the ground. It sounds good, especially the compensatory aspect for local communities. I really hope that local communities, especially our IPs, are compensated and given social amelioration programs, not the SAP as we know it na ayuda for one time lang, but really sustainable livelihoods. Then I'll have my time after Senator Padilla has asked. I think it's still his time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may just add one more comment on the social amelioration. There is the SDMP po now that is part of the permits for the operating of the large-scale mines. And that social development fund actually can be addressing specific vulnerabilities of the local communities so that their needs may actually be met by the large-scale investors. Thank you po, ma'am.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Senadora Loren Ligarda. Alam niyo po, nung ako ay na-interview sa TV, sinabi ko na yun wala dapat tayong ikabahala sapagkat lahat ng batas na patungkol sa environment na ipasa na at nagawa na ni Ma'am Loren Ligarda. Talagang, na ako doon, solve na ako. Hindi na ako nangangamba. Ito na lang talagang mining law ang merong nakikita kong problema. Katulad po ngayon, itong RA 7942, ang sabi dito, illegal exploration. Ang fine, nakakatawa, 50,000 pesos. 50,000 pesos. Kapag ang pinakamataas po dito, na pwede natin singilin sa mga talipangdas na ito, 200,000 lang. Pambihira. Napaka-pambihira po. Ito po ang aking research doon sa kung saan po ako nag-seminar. Opo, outdated. Palagay ko, kailangan na natin talaga, ma'am. Opo. Alam niyo po ba, doon po kung saan ako nagpunta sa Sweden, 100% state-owned po itong kanilang inahan. Sa kasalukuyan po kasi sa Sweden, 12 ang umiiral na mining. Ito pong pinuntahan ko, ang kanyang kinita nitong nakaraang taon ay 26 billion krona. Ito po ay 135 billion sa isang taon. Isipin niyo po yun, kung yung sa isa lang po yun, ha? Eh, kanina po, doon po sa presentation nyo, ang daming pwedeng minahan dito sa Pilipinas. Sabi nga po ng ating mahal na tagapangulo, 9 million hectares ang pwedeng minahan. Kaya po, siguro, ang tanong ko lang po ngayon, sa palagay po niyo po ba, katulad po kanina, sinasabi na po ng ating mga mahal na senadora, kailangan po bang baguhin na itong batas na mining law?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Yes po, we feel that it's time to review the mining law. 1995 pa ho yun. And so we really need, yes po, ma'am, Madam Chair. So we really need po to review a number of the very great laws po na pinasa po ni Senator Legarda are also, some of them are 20 years old. And so kailangan po talaga along with the mining law that we also po review this very valuable legislation po for the development of our country. Thank you po.
Siguro po, mahal na tagapangulo at mahal na senadora, baka po pwede po tayong pumasyal sa Sweden, kasama natin sila para makita natin kung paano nakaprogresibo ang mining po ngayon. At hindi na po,
My experience, if you give to the government the business, nagkakaloko-loko. Our government cannot operate business. We should encourage private enterprise to do it. Lahat ng government businesses natin nagkaloko-loko. Opo.
Salamat po. Totoo po yun, no? Nagbigay pa po ako ng privilege speech dyan, nung pinag-aralan po namin yung GOCC natin. My goodness gracious po, ang laki po ng lugi natin. Kaya po ako po ay sampalataya na itong DNR ang magsasagip po ng ating inang bayang Pilipinas. Nakasuporta po ako sa inyo at katulad po kanina ng sinabi ng ating mahal na tagapangulo, kung kailangan itaas ang budget niyan, itaas. Kasama po ako doon. Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Senator Lauren. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have some questions based on budgetary allocations in different agencies or bureaus under the DNR and based on their programs. Allow me to start first with NAMRIA. And I don't expect, of course, Madam Secretary to know all of this. Perhaps she can also assign those who were in charge in previous years. As I said, I've sat here since 1998, and perhaps 15 years ago, 2007, yes, 15 years ago, we allocated funds and every year for mapping, and these maps were supposed to be given to local government units so that they can be assisted in disaster risk reduction efforts. May I know from NAMRIA whether the 1.42 billion allocated funds is for mapping? There's a 312 million, 0.5 funds which is for mapping again. Bakit po hindi na natatapos yung mapping na yan? Kasi taon-taon, meron tayong pondo sa NAMRIA at merong pondo sa mapping. May I know up to what have we given all the 1,600 plus cities and municipalities maps, or have we gone down to the 42,000 barangays? How are we able to share the information on flood-prone areas, all the vulnerabilities, and what are these maps? What is it, multi-hazard, with all the vulnerabilities? May I be enlightened, please? And why are the mappings never completed? Every year, there's always an allocation. Do we update it? Is it 1:2,000, 1:10,000? Which is which? Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will request that the answer be in two parts. First, directly to Yusek Peter Chanco on the work of Namria, and secondly, to Director Moncano for MGB for the geohazard mapping projects. Yusek?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator Ligarda, Madam Secretary. We produce different types of maps at different scales. Perhaps what the good senator is referring, is referring to are the topographic maps, which we need to update. Sa mga ibang bansa po, every 3 years, 5 years. Itong topographic maps na ito po, ang ginagamit na base maps for a lot of thematic applications, gaya ng sa Mines and Geosciences Bureau. What do we need to produce the topographic base maps? Una po dyan, yung data source for elevation data. For this, we use the interferometric synthetic aperture radar, which cost a lot, but much more cheaper than LiDAR. So, from this elevation data, kailangan po natin ng very high resolution satellite imageries in order to have the elevation data overlaid on the same. So, ang nangyayari po, from these data sources, nakakapag-produce po tayo ng topographic maps, which we distribute to all agencies and all LGUs. Sa ngayon po, natapos na po natin yung cycle, but as I have said, kailangan po natin itong i-update.
So the 312 million allocated for NAMRIA for mapping would go to the topos. What are the maps that are given to LGUs? I think that's not NAMRIA, perhaps MGB for the hazard maps to assist them. What are the purple areas? I remember, I think it was Ondoy when I asked that in 2009. That would be MGB, not NAMRIA.
Ang ginagamit po ng MGB, gaya ng binibigay natin sa lahat ay yung topographic base maps. These base maps po, ipapatong nila ang kanilang thematic application, thematic layer to produce the geohazard maps. Sa case po yan ng MGB, yung mga geological hazards, Director Moncano, di ba?
The 312 is for the topo maps, but it is used as a basis for the hazard maps, which is used by MGB. Oo. Ano po yung mapa na binibigay sa LGU na maiintindihan nila kung ano po ang kanilang flood-prone areas o areas na vulnerabilities po nila? What do you call that map? Hazard map, right?
Hazard map, yes.
Hazard map. It's MGB who does it.
MGB is just one. Marami pa po kasing iba-ibang klase ng hazards.
The topo that you do is the basis for all of that.
Yeah, dito po pinapatong yung kanilang thematic layer.
Yes. Is it 1:10,000? What is the term for that?
I-scale po. Sa ngayon, ang pinakamalaki natin is 1:10,000.
1:10,000. 10 years ago, it was already 1:10,000. Have you completed that already for all LGUs?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam.
So you've completed that. What is there to update? And have you already given all LGUs and provided capacity so that each mayor would understand, each local chief executive would understand when they are planning their municipality or city, ano ang bawal maglagay ng evacuation center dyan, bawal dyan ng DepEd building? Because I recall, in Compostela Valley, alala nyo? Anong bagyo yon? Yung pumunta ako kasama ni Kong Pablo. Oo. In-evacuate nila yung mga tao at yung tao palang in-evacuate nila, yun ang namatay, linigay po sa isang maliit na barangay hall or evacuation center na purple pala sa mapa. Oo. So hindi po nasunod dahil hindi po nabigyan ng impormasyon. Isa pa, before Pablo, St. Bernard, Southern Leyte, 207, Ginsaugon, napunta rin ako doon. Yun panahon yun, wala pa po yung mga maps that was around 206, yes. Wala pa, but again, lives could have been saved if the teachers and the students and the parents and the locality knew that because of the incessant rain several days, guguho yung bundok. So, siguro, yung mga nakikinig sa atin sa online, tataka, bakit naman papagbigyan ko ng pansin ang technical na mapa? ang pag-iintindi po ng mapa at ng ating vulnerabilities. What is it in Filipino? Vulnerabilities. I can't find. Kahinaan. O yun ay makakasagip po ng buhay. Kaya balik po ako sa tanong, ang ating mapa po, 1 to 10,000, meron na po lahat ng LGU hanggang city municipality level po o hanggang barangay po?
Hanggang barangay po yan.
Hanggang barangay. You have 42,000 distributed. Tatawag po ako sa Liga ng Barangay, sir. At aalamin ko kung talagang nagbigay kayo. Kasi taon-taon po, naging chair din ako ng budget na maraming taon no? Nagbibigay tayo ng pondo. At you have distributed it soft and hard copy or just a soft copy? And have you built capacity? Do they know how to use it? And you explained its utilization to save lives?
Ang ating topographic base maps po ay binebenta natin at cost.
It's sold.
120 pesos per sheet. Meron po tayong map sales offices all over the country. Ngayon, yung sa thematic applications po, yun po ang pinamimigay natin ng libre. For example, for MGB, yun po ang dinidistribute sa mga LGUs.
What is the most useful map for a non-technical person to use in guiding them where to build in LGUs?
Sa Pigkawayan.
Secretary. Oo.
Madam Chair.
There's a party line.
Sa Pigkawayan.
As Senator Angara used to say, there's a party line.
Oh,
May party line.
kwan sila.
Sino yon? Hello?
Hindi sa akin kasi Senator.
Teka. Can we abbreviate or suspend the other hearing ongoing? Party line? Okay. That's not my word. That's Senator Angara. I'm just mouthing what he used to say. Okay. Thank you. Back to Namria, please.
So, like what I've said, Madam Senator, what we produce are just the graphic base maps, which is being used by all other agencies, all other stakeholders, based on their mandates and areas of expertise. Hindi po namin kayang i-produce lahat ito. So yung sa tulad ng sa mga hazards, geological hazards, for example, ang pinanggagalingan po niyan, ang may mandato niyan, ang may expertise niyan is the Mines and Geosciences Bureau. So ito po ang mga distribute natin sa mga LGUs to serve as guide para sa pagtatayo ng mga bahay, kung anong gagawin nila, kung saan sila lulugar.
Okay.
So all information about hazards.
Thank you. May hear from the Secretary. I just want to know whether it's really being used and is it understood? It's quite technical, not easy. Yes, Secretary, since you came from that field.
Madam Chair, thank you for this question. The most useful po would be at the scale and resolution that decisions are being made. Depending on the hazard po, then you would have to decide on the scale of the map that you should be using. For cities and municipalities po, at this point, and Director Mancano, if I may defer to him a few minutes after my response. For cities and municipalities, this is quite a coarse geohazard map at this point. However, there are efforts, Madam Chair, to actually integrate the data and analysis that's being produced by the Mines and Geoscience Bureau into what they're calling the GeoRisk PH, which is a platform, a geospatial platform that is managed by the DOST. So doon po may hazard hunter. And you can actually po put in an address and you can locate what hazards are actually in that place that you are actually trying to locate. So in terms of hazard assessment po, andun na po. In terms of the contributions of DNR to that platform that come from the Mines and Geoscience, which is flood and landslide po.
That's important. I'm glad you mentioned that. This is what I mean, Madam Chair. We put in hundreds of millions, billions into government programs, and there's convergence among agencies, DOST, DNR, and an MGB as a bureau. But perhaps it is not known to every LGU. Pwede po pakiulat, Madam Secretary, ano po yung online platform para po makita ng bawat chief executive, local chief executive, planning officer, at mga tao sa munisipyo, ang mga hazards at vulnerabilities. Anong hazard? Floods and
Earthquake po, landslides,
Multi-hazard ba yan?
multi-hazard po.
Earthquake?
Madam Chair, yes.
Floods from rains and
Landslides po.
landslide. Dulot din sa ulan or maski walang ulan kung lumuwag ang mga bato sa bundok from
Yes, ma'am.
whatever, forestry or... Yes, so this is a multi-hazard map already available online because pag alam po ito at isa sa puso, yung mga ilan tuwing may bagyo o tuwing may earthquake, ilang namatay, ilang daan-daan ganon, maiiwasan, tama, Madam Secretary? Pag tayo po ay may alam at handa at isa sa puso yung mga mapang ito na linaanan ng pondo ng dekada-dekada, ay maiiwasan ang pagkamatay ng mga tao? Tama pa, Madam Secretary, ang pagkaintindi ko, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. In terms of the science that is available, we can already try to avoid a disaster. Ang pangangailangan po in the next step would be leadership at the local government unit level in order to translate the hazard information into specific actions po para ma-avoid yung disaster. And so leadership po is very important. And then secondly, communication po. How does the decision to evacuate actually reach those that need to evacuate in the right time po?
Madam
That
Chairperson.
online platform. Ay, Senator Binay, hello.
Sorry, with your permission, Senator Lauren, hindi, tatanong ko lang sana kung how compliant ba yung mga LGUs? For example, alam na nila na no-build zone. Inaalis ba nila yung mga constituents nila dun sa mga areas na supposed to be no-build zone? Or based from the data of DNR, bihira din sumunod sa inyo yung mga LGUs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. Ma'am, this is a governance question po. And so, ang importante po is the convergence between DILG and their constituents po, ang mga LGUs, and the DNR and DOST that are able to provide the scientific information in order to take action. So po, in terms of compliance, Madam Chair, we really would need coordination and very strong collaboration with DILG in order for the different LGUs to comply po at the ground level. Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just want to recognize the presence of Senator Raffy Tulfo. Thank you.
Of course. Lahat isusumbong natin kay Senator Tulfo. Madam Chair, abisuhan lang po ninyo ako pag time's up kasi baka tuloy-tuloy po ako, hindi ko mamalaya ng oras. So I don't mind being cut to warn me if it's 1 minute to go, but I'll just proceed with my questions and then yield and then go to round 2. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will leave it at that. May I just request DNR to please inform all LGUs and perhaps through the DILG so that there is such a platform and to do a project with them for capacity building. As you said, nandyan yung science, alamin na nandyan, paano nila maintindihan at gamitin. Hindi naman siguro kailangan dagdag na pondo hihingin nyo sa Vice Chair ng Finance, in charge ng budget nyo, ang laki rin ng pondo ng DILG, just provide them the science-based maps. And then perhaps DILG Academy can even do training for local chief executives, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for that. And in coordination also with DepEd po, so that the education can start po at the very basic level.
Very good.
Thank you.
Can you share it, please, with DepEd as well? In fact, all government agencies, but especially DILG and DepEd. If it's taught in schools, and if the teachers are also aware of this, that would be of great help. And capacity building for LCEs and DepEd personnel and teachers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as Yusek Chanco has pointed out, Namria has a geoportal as well. So for the topographic information that is available, we also have that po at the Namria. And so it really would be DNR, DOST, DILG, and hopefully DepEd as well, Madam Chair, for the collaboration for hazard mitigation and disaster risk reduction. Thank you po.
I just want to make a comment on that. Kasi ang weakness ng government agencies natin, ang dami nating resources, but we forget yung actual implementation of those resources that can help the country. Oo, masyado tayong research-oriented, but we don't really emphasize the application of research to the common lives of people. Yun ang weakness natin eh. Parang nag-research tayo ng research, tapos walang application. Ako, I don't believe in research na walang application sa ating lives. Kailangan may application sa buhay natin. Otherwise, why are we spending for research if we cannot apply it to our lives, to make our lives better? Yun lang ang hinihiling ko sa inyo, mga agency, na gawin mo na may application yan sa lives of people, like yung geohazard map na yan, para mag-guide ang mga tao na pag may calamity, they know what to do. Oo, they know what to do. So that the damage from calamities will be lessened. Yun lang. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support, Madam Chair. With your permission, we can help craft a special provision so that we ensure that the agencies utilize the science-based research. Simply put, let science work for us and let science save our lives and livelihood. With the help from the LBRMO, we can do a special provision for the budget of the ENR and the ILG and DepEd and the OST so that they utilize all the billions of monies poured in the past decades and utilize it for all the local chief executives. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, I will go to the National Resources Conservation and Development Program under DNR OSEC, which constitutes 65% of your budget. That's 10.22 billion, but it's 10% lower than this year. These programs include forest and watershed management, coastal and marine rehabilitation, protected areas development, wildlife conservation, and land management. Sounds good. But earlier when we were having a conversation with the chair, she said, kulang nga at hindi masyadong napopondohan ang protected areas. So may we know the bulk of your budget goes to all of this that I said. How are we able to protect and conserve? Because on one hand, earlier we spoke about not conservation, but the opposite of conservation, which is extraction. That's mining. But 65% of your funds goes to resources, conservation, and development. May I know the sub-programs on watershed management, marine rehabilitation? Just give us perhaps a breakdown or a clear picture of what programs is the NGP under this budget. NGP budget is what, 2.4 B? Yes, may we see what's the difference of the NGP of the coming year and the past years? Just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will refer this to our USEC for Finance, USEC Anate, and then to the Director of FMB and Director of BMB for the breakdown. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For natural resources sustainably managed under operations on natural resources management, this includes forest protection, delineation of protection and production forests. It also includes the operations against illegal environment and natural resources activities. For protected areas, caves and wetlands development and management, this includes PA demarcation and delineation, also habitat protection, monitoring of flora and fauna, patrolling, impact monitoring, biodiversity management, plan formulation, and this also includes the hiring of the protected area management staff as mandated in the ENIPAS Act. We also have a separate budget for the wildlife resources conservation and coastal marine ecosystems management program. This includes the implementation of biodiversity-friendly social enterprise, also the establishment of marine scientific research and other coastal marine environment management activities, which also consists of capacity building for our coastal communities, Madam Chair.
How much of it will go to protected areas?
For protected area, Madam Chair, for 2023, we have about 1.853, 629 billion pesos, Madam Chair.
We have 94 from the INIPAS and total 107, right? Declared.
114 na.
114.
114.
114. Sorry. From the original 1992 to the 94, right? 114. So you only have 1.5 billion to be divided by 114. What's the average of that?
I
Meron
think-
pang yung not legislated.
Yes.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
fact,
141.
we should not only
121,
correct.
ma'am.
140.
We should not only protect what is legislated because legislation may be tedious and slow, but protect what is pending legislation but needs to be protected. So, ilan yung total?
Yes,
Sabihin mo na sa 114, divide mo yan, napakaliit.
Actually, ma'am, when we computed,
1.4.
about 7 million per protected area.
You protect that. How can you protect hundreds of hectares of forests and marine, terrestrial, everything?
Yes, ma'am. Our legislated and proclaimed areas and the initial components consist of about 7.7 million hectares.
I'm sorry. The legislated of 114
It's
covers
4.4 million hectares.
yes, and the
The
non-legislated
13 proclaimed PAs is about 1.1 million hectares, and the initial component of 121 is about 2.2 million hectares, a total of 7.7 million hectares.
First, may I request the DNR to submit to the chair and to my office the completed non-legislated but ready for legislation so that we can do an INIPAS Part 2. Second, those nakaumang na, those pending, and kindly, and when will you complete the template or the requirements for those who are qualified for legislation? And those qualified but do not wish to join you, because there are those who don't want to be legislated, just so that we can probably file it but not act on it till next year. I'm sure with our partnership with the chair, she will be able to sponsor it soon. But
And we have to ask Congress, our counterpart
Yes.
in the lower house, to approve there.
yes, of course,
Because
it's
we
bicameral.
don't-
Of course, we need their concurrence in their districts. Correct. So my question is, how are we able to protect our 114 legislated and the over 200, including the non-legislated, with 7 million pesos? It's not realistic. No, it's, what's a word for that? Ba't hindi nyo i-earmark yung National Greening Program for protected areas so that madagdagan yung 1.5 ninyo since you have 2.5B with the permission of the chair? But actually, we spoke to each other earlier and that was her plan.
Madam Chair, if we may explain what we have done for the integration of the National Greening Program and the protected areas. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, the budget for NGP, which is about 2.4 billion pesos, we initially intend to propose that half of it, or about 1.1 billion pesos, be reallocated to augment the budget for protected area conservation and management, Madam Chair.
Pero pag pinagsama mo na yun, magkano yan? 1.1 plus.
Plus 1.8 po, we have about 2.9 for PAs po, and then may nakita din po kami na about mga 731 million kasama na po yan. So mga 2.8 na po papasok na additional for protected areas.
700 million, you are 1.1 plus 1.8 plus 700. Oh,
Yes,
tama
ma'am.
ba yun?
Opo,
Sabi mo yung
1.1.
existing budget is 1.8.
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos dadagdagan mo ng 1.1 from the greening. So that's 2.9, di ba? And then plus 700, 3.6. Tama ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, if we will also include yung critical watersheds, total na po lahat ng 5.6 billion pesos ang magiging budget natin for protected areas.
I don't know. You will take out from critical watersheds?
Ma'am, we will, sinasama po natin, ma'am, yung pag-compute ng budget for PA, yung critical watersheds.
It's another allocation for critical
Yes, ma'am.
watersheds.
So kung isasama po natin yung soil conservation within critical watersheds, lalabas po ang total budgets na natin for protected areas will be about 5.6 billion pesos na po.
Nito, yung PA kasi na legislated 114. Iba pa yung inyong mga identified critical watersheds, meron siyang conservation na pondo. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
So wag natin isasama yun kasi ang tanong namin, yung 114, ano ang nakalaan na pondo at sabi ng chair, part of the NGP will be earmarked equitably for the PAs but do not take out from critical watersheds. If you say there are and it needs to be funded, kung tatanggalan natin yun, ipapagsama, it would seem like the funds will be bigger but because there's another group being taken care of, di ba? Di ba? So wag natin isasama yon. Sa 114 lang, 114 pa lang yan, yung pending legislation, 200, ilan yun?
100 and 100.
100 plus.
Total 248, di ba? 248.
248. So, 248 minus 100. Alagaan na natin yung 248, di ba? Wag lang 114. So, 248. So, sa dinagdag nating pondo, actually, internal realignment yung mula NGP, magkano per PA, legislated or not, yung 248? Ang liit. Paano mapoprotekta? Explain to us, Madam Secretary.
Computein mo na.
I-compute natin. Yung inyong original NGP, kalahati ng NGP at original PA, wag nyo galawin, di ba tama? Wag galawin yung critical watershed kasi
No. I-add mo lang yung ibibigay mo from NGP plus yung existing.
Yes.
Magkano yon?
Magkano yun? Tapos divided by 248, magkano per
Ilagay mo lang.
Madam Chair, if I may, well, Yusek is computing. This is just to establish that these numbers are really not based on a physical needs assessment of each of these protected areas. And this will be among the priorities for this coming year. We do need to establish the physical needs assessment as well as
But
the
we want to
social.
know the budget.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kasi pag tingin po lang sa budget, alam mo na kung hindi pwede o pwede.
Yes, Madam Chair. So as you have rightly pointed out po, talagang kulang po in terms of the hectareage that
We
is
want to know
covered.
the amount.
Yes.
Ano yung original sa protected area?
Kung kasama, ma'am, lahat, yung pati Ramsar,
Legislated. Magkano budget? Original protected area.
1.8 billion pesos.
Sa legislated.
Opo.
Kasama na ba yung nirealign mo na greening doon?
Opo.
di-
So meron pa pong 1.1,
2.9.
2.9 billion na, ma'am.
So divided by
248. 248
No,
divided by
legislated
Divided
lang.
by 248.
sige, 248 divided by 114.
Yeah.
Pero
Magkano
sabi ko
yun?
sana alagaan din natin yung buong
Hindi,
248.
meron silang budget eh.
May budget kayo sa hindi pa legislated?
Oo. Yung mga 700 na sinasabi niya, yung mga ganun. So let's just compute. Saka natin we go back to...
Meron na tayong mga 319. Tama.
Hindi, adin mo yung 1.1, 1.8, 2.9 divided by 114. O, magkano yon?
2.9
Magkano yon?
divided by 114 lang, ma'am.
214.
Opo. Ano lang daw, ma'am, 114. 25 million pesos per PA.
Without the non-legislated. And the non-legislated has its own budget?
Oh. Kasi may classification.
Actually, ma'am, dun sa 1.8 billion natin for PAs, kasama din po dun yung initial components na 121 na.
Kasama na.
Kasama.
Walang sariling budget yung may initial component. Wala. So dapat sa aalagaan natin kasama yung computation 248, hindi 114.
248, ma'am, kasi kasama pa po yung 30 na proclaim pa lang.
So 248, i-divide mo yung 2.9 ng 248, hindi pwede yun. Ano yung
Mababa,
pwede mo
mababa.
idagdag? Ano yung
Lalabas 11.6 million daw po, ma'am. Kung yung
48, which will
248.
include the initial component and the
Pwede yung
legislated,
leve.
11 million, aalagaan mo ang ilan? What's an average size of a protected area? Ilang daang libong hektarya? Paano mo alagaan yan? Para tayo naglulukuhan ito. Para tayo sinabing, hayaan na lang sila. Diba? Ano ba yan?
Sabi mo lahat ang pwedeng ilipat dyan and then i-divide natin by 248. Mag-suggest ka na yung kung ano-ano lang dyan. Ako.
Sige.
Hindi, kasi yung sa NIE, feasibility study, 1.3 billion. Tapos ibinigay sa balog-balog, 200 million. Ano ba yun? Anong feasibility study na yun? Oh, yeah.
So I think the instruction of the chair was to look for other internal possibilities for resources.
Madam Chair, if I may, Madam Chair.
Recognize the online presence of Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to be clarified with the indulgence of my colleagues, the 248 is the universe. It does not include the legislated ones. Is that correct? Because I also commiserate and share the sentiment of our Senate President Pro Tempore that 11 million, Madam Chair, is really unacceptable. To protect one
I
area.
wish to answer, the 248 includes the 114 legislated protected area. And the budget as of now is still small. It's 3.2, almost 3 billion. Oo. Pero if you divide it by 248, ang liit-liit pa rin. Ano ang
About 11 million per area.
11 million per protected area, which is very small.
Not
Oo.
Thank you.
We're trying to find other sources which we can transfer to the protected area.
Yes, please, we will support that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure there's a protected area in Bulacan, no? Para lang maintindihan natin, Secretary. Oo. Ano ba ang pinaggagastusan sa protected area yan? Kung 11 million o sa taon ngayon, ano ba ho ang ating pinagagastusan sa protected area? What's the usual activity for conservation and protection aside from the hiring of personnel?
Doon lang, kulang pa.
Just to give you an example of their target activities for 2023, let's say for a one proclaimed PA, they are targeting that activities include monitoring of tenured migrants, biodiversity monitoring system of the flora and fauna, PA management zone, ground delineation, updating of the management plan, communication plans, PAMBI meetings, park rangers and ecotourism management plan, maintenance of facilities if there are facilities, or rehabilitation, inventory and mapping of caves if there are caves, profiling of the wetlands, assessment and monitoring of coastal and marine habitats. Those are sample activities that compose the budget
Importante
expenditure.
would be the park rangers and the maintenance of if there are facilities. Yung mga plano, hindi naman wala yun sa operation. So yung maintenance lang ng park rangers baka kulang na yung 11 million. 'Di ba?
Tanong natin sa secretary kasi para she brings in the science perspective. Kasi nung narinig ko yung breakdown sa activities, ecotourism, mapping, meetings. So, oo. Oo. Gusto ko malaman, kasi lahat ng binanggit nyo, yes, are part of caring and conserving. Pero ano talaga yung maigting na pangangalaga para hindi ma-exploit? Perhaps the secretary could inject more science into the conservation of wetlands, terrestrial and marine protected areas. Ano pa kayang activities maliban sa meeting at mapping?
Yes, ma'am.
Lang yung bantay kasi napupuno ng ayat.
Before you proceed, yes, I'd like to hear from you and call your brain on the science. Pakisubmit naman ninyo at sabihin nyo sa chair, nagbigay po tayo ng facilities sa bawat PA or maybe a few selected PAs sa mga nakaraang taon. Ano na kaya itsura ng mga facilities na yan? Para may banyo, may visitor center, nung panahon ni Mundita Lim, nung siya'y BMB. Nagpondo tayo niyan. I think daan-daang milyon, amendment ko. Ano kaya nangyari na doon? Nagawa kaya? Anyway, so give us a list before the end of this hearing. But, Secretary, sino ba in charge ng PA? Sino nga in charge ngayon?
Madam Chair, Director Bernardino, BMB
Sino
po.
si BMB ngayon?
Director?
Ayun. Ayan, gusto namin magsalita. Sige. So, Director Bernardino, maybe Secretary can tell us ano pang magandang activities na sigurado tayong maprotektahan ng ating biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Correct po si Madam Chair. Of course, protection of the area is, the physical protection of the area is the first. Kasi po, kung mapasukan or at least, or may iba pong hazard ang mangyayari, talaga pong madidisturb po talaga ang protection, no, of the ecosystem. Sa tingin po namin ngayon, the scientific basis needs to be established. Ano ba ang estado ng mga protected areas na ito? Iba-iba po sila. There are, of course, wetlands. There are caves. There are other areas that have been classified as protected areas. We need to do a baseline assessment. That po would be the first line of activity for, hopefully, for the following year. And that baseline assessment will actually tell us ano po yung health nung actual ecosystem na pinoprotect. And that's where we need to bring in po, and we can bring in support from the academe, and they can make this part of their own research that will be translated into the protection action of the DNR. So this type of collaboration po is necessary. Physical protection, as mentioned already, is required in order to keep the ecosystem intact. But without a baseline, Madam Secretary, and without continuing education of the communities that are dependent on the protected areas so that they will value the protection, we will not be successful po in this regard. So the scientific basis needs to be established. That can be arranged po in collaboration with the academia. And that could also be the basis for the kind of management system that will be put in place for each of these areas. The per hectare calculation po for budget purposes is very useful. However, we know that some of these protected areas are at high risk, either from human or ecological changes because of climate change that's already happening.
We don't have
Average of 31,000 for 31,000 per.
7.7 million, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. 7.7 million divided by 2, 448. 31,000 hectares per PA.
Gwardiya pa lang. Tapos i-maintain mo pa yung facilities.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may, there is an integrated protected area fund that is a special fund that in fact may be accessed as well. Yes, ma'am. Yung
Integrated
IPAF.
Protected Area Fund, PA din yun. Isama na lang yun para naintindihan namin. Ang dami yung nakatagong pondo.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, we do have that fund. However, it is subject to approval for utilization by the DBM. I'll turn over to you, Sec Ana po, so she can explain the present balance of the fund.
Yes, ma'am. Under the INAIPAS Act po, yung 75% of the IPAF remains with the PAMB. They can use that fund in their operation. Ang nire-remit lang po natin is the 25% of the IPAF, which is subject to submission of work and financial plan. Ay, yun, ma'am. So, but at least, ma'am, we can utilize 25% of that total IPAF fund. For 2022, ma'am, the balance is already about 677 million pesos. Opo.
Revolving fund, other facilities.
Yeah, and then
Kayo dito, 11 billion and 30,000 hectares.
Yes, Madam Chair.
CR, tinutulog. Kami tinutulog.
Dalawa, ha? Hindi lang Las Piñas, yung Quezon City Parks and Wildlife, importante yun, ha?
Maintain nila kasi office.
Yeah, kaya nga, yun, anong ganda-gandang gamitin na park yun. That's the lungs of the city. Yung kayong dalawa, si Las Piñas at Quezon, yan ang lungs of the city of Metro Manila. Oo, yan.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Pending, it seems we don't have the answer where to get the increase in the funding for protected areas, but we requested, first, the non-legislated to submit to us. Second, the facilities that were funded through BMB many, many years ago. I will not wait for the answer, baka mahaba. I go now to protection. And the Secretary knows this, and I thank the DNR for acting on it quick, and the DFA, Madam Chair, and my dear colleagues, Senator Tulfo, Senator Binay, Senator Joel, you will be happy to note that finally, the Philippines is joining this coalition of like-minded countries, nations for high ambition. And it's an ambition. Wala naman multa kung di mo magawa to protect 30% of our land and our oceans. And we know that our land and our oceans and our forests, this is the air, this is the lungs of a city, the air that we breathe. So when you think about it, bakit kailangan na mataas na ambisyon para lang mabuhay tayo? It should be a day-to-day thing. So I thank the Secretary for acting on my request, and of course her support staff and all the USEC. And I thank SFA Manalo, of course, for agreeing with the DNR, because I brought this to the attention of the DNR during the pandemic. I could not have a face-to-face meeting with you then, but it seems it was still being studied for 2 years, and thank you for that supposed 2-year study, and it was easier and faster, quicker. The head of the High Ambition Coalition, one of the founding countries, I believe, is France. Another one is Costa Rica, right? Costa Rica. And the United Kingdom, right? And it is timely because of the climate talks, which will happen in Egypt. And this decade is the decade of ecological restoration, which will end in 2030. So magandang high ambition tayo to protect 30 by 30. So ang tanong ko, maaring hindi pa kayo handa ito, ano ba ang ating ginagawa bilang DNR para makamit natin ang mataas nating ambisyon sa biodiversity? Siguro wag din natin ilimit sa BMB. Tignan din natin yung mga batas na nagawa na natin. Clean Air Act. Dapat high ambition tayo. Ano ba ang estado ng linalanghap nating hangin? Tignan nyo lahat ng carpet na yan na ilang dekada na nandyan. Puro yang alikabok. Maski na nakasara ang ating mga pinto. So, Clean Water Act, ano bang estado ng ating mga lawa at mga karagatan at ang ating lupa at bundok, gaya ng sinabi nila nung nakaraang bagyo, ang Sierra Madre nga ang nag-save sa atin, although there are parts of Sierra Madre also degraded. So, may I kindly request, Madam Chair, with your concurrence, for a doable operationalized program based on existing programs of DNR, how we will comply with our High Ambition Coalition so that we, pwede natin pagmalaki. Tayo'y nag-join itong ating gagawin or ginagawa na nandyan nakasaad na sa ating GAA 2023. Existing programs, o yan, yung PA ninyo, o yan, dinagdagan ng chair, o yung ipa pa nyo, yung monitor nyo sa air quality sa Metro Manila, whichever. Perhaps, Madam Chair, the Secretary could answer if you're ready on how do we operationalize the High Ambition Coalition, or kung hindi ready ngayon, that's okay, within the month until November, when you have the plenary, you can come up with our... Yes, maski before plenary. But maybe you can comment on that, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will request Director Nati, Director Parian, and Director Cuñado to answer, after which I will also sum up the directions we're heading in terms of the department. So Director Bernardino, please.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Legarda. At present, we are covering 15% of our terrestrial area. 15% of total land area, I mean. is covered by protected area. So if the target is 30 by 30, 30% of our land area by 2030, we are almost half of that target, halfway to that target. We are now at 15% coverage of total land area. But as to the sea area, because the country is archipelagic and really has a big sea area, we are right now only at 1%, 1.5% coverage. So if the target of the CBD that will come out of the GBF 2020 is also 30% for total sea area, it might be difficult for the country to achieve that by 2030. But one way to go around it is to have a recognition of what we call other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECM, that is also recognized by the CBD. This includes locally conserved areas, indigenous cultural communities, and other effective conservation measures. So pag i-add up po natin lahat yung areas na yan, tinitingnan po natin na baka kaya natin abutin yung 30 by 30. It's 30% of land and 30% of sea.
30 million.
So if we're looking at 30 million hectares of land, ma'am, that's we're looking at 10 million hectares. 10 million hectares.
I see 220.
Ang sea area natin, Madam Chair, it's 220 million hectares. Hindi po kasama yung inland wetlands. So it's sea area. Asan naman? Ang gawin? 120. Pero 220 million. Yun pong sa sea area, it would really be difficult kasi laki-laki ng sea area natin. But in the CBD, kasama na po yun. Within the
Exclusive economic zone.
Exclusive economic zone. Yan.
Yun pong within EEZ natin, exclusive economic zone. That's included.
Operationalize na, anyway, aspiration lang to, no, ambition. Maybe operationalize sa DNR how you will implement the ambition, land and ocean.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Secretary.
We will be working with other international organizations to help us in terms of determining the extent of the work that needs to be done. Among them, WWF is actually committing to actually work with us. And they will be sending us inputs in order for us to speed up the compliance to the high ambition. So yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. And so we will be working as advised, Madam Chair, in order to establish exactly what we will need in order to comply without any kind of difficulty in terms of our own foreign relationships. Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you like to hear, Madam?
After Secretary, I will yield to Senator Binay and Senator Tulfo. Then after them, I have my last round of questions, Madam Chair, with your permission. Yes.
We recognize Senator Bina, who is online. Yeah, they will
Thank you.
have to study.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Parang kanina po, Madam Secretary, nabanggit po that your budget for next year went down. Ano ho yung mga projects or programs that will be affected because of your lesser budget?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. Almost all of our bureaus and offices actually have experienced a decline, except for NAMRIA. So the Office of Secretary, which has the central office, the 4 staff bureaus, 16 regions, 76 penros, and 446 centros, will also have a decline of about 9.47, 9.5%. EMB, a very high decrease of 35.99%. MGB, 7.63% decrease. NAMRIA po will be increased by 8.6%. NWRB decrease of 5%. And the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, a decrease of 17.58% po, Madam Chair.
And I would assume, Secretary, you asked for a bigger budget pa. Tama po ba? During your budget call?
Yes, Madam Chair, the original budget that was submitted was in the neighborhood of about 40 billion. Unfortunately po, we were only granted the 23 billion.
Yun na nga, nakakapagtaka lang po, Madam Chairperson, kasi 'di ba, paulit-ulit natin naririnig na we have a problem with climate change and parang it is not in sync yung babaan yung budget ng DNR. Maybe during the period of amendments, we could find ways on how to kahit kapareho lang nung 2022 budget, Madam Chairperson, dahil alam naman nga natin na mas lumalala ngayon yung problema natin sa climate. But moving on to another topic, Secretary, can we just get an update dito sa Dolomite project? Do we have a budget for that for next year? Kasi if I remember it correctly, during the presentation last year, itong existing na natapos na dun sa Dolomite Beach, meron pa hutong, I'm not sure yung exact number, kung gaano kalaki pa yung supposed to be lalagyan ng Dolomite. Tuloy po ba po itong programa na ito?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I will yield to Yusek Jonas Leones, who heads the project po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Senator, for the Manila Bay Rehabilitation, tuloy-tuloy po yung ating rehabilitation. But for yung sinasabi po natin na Dolomite area, I'm happy to say that we have already completed the Dolomite area, the placing of the sand. And we are now Manila, yung sa Baywalk, Madam Chair. There's no additional budget. The budget for Manila Bay Rehabilitation will be given to the different regions for the protections of the Manila Bay and another enforcement and installation of additional waste treatment facility. So, but for the Dolomite in the Baywalk, we have already completed, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking of the Manila Bay, parang si President Duterte, I think it was 2019 or 2020, he said na parang there's a moratorium on the reclamation sa may Manila Bay. But kasi from my office ho, ang view ko ho yung Manila Bay and every day parang may nakikita ho akong barko doon na naguhulog ng buhangin. And I was just in the office of our Senate President the other day. Doon ho sa view niya, parang may area ho doon na may island na. Can we just get an update when it comes dun sa mga reclamation projects?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will just locate my file on this, please. Just for the information, Madam Chair, as of August 2022, there have been a total of, in the Manila Bay area, a total of 21 ECCs that were issued for reclamation in the Manila Bay area. And this area spans, Madam Chair, the area that you can see all the way to Cavite and upwards towards Navotas po, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair.
Wait, so Secretary, ibig sabihin mo niyan, I don't know kung anong time frame nito, but the land area, I mean, from the Senate building all the way to Malabon, madadagdagan na naman po yan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Senator Binay, I'm asking her to enumerate yung 21. Where is it? What city or town? And then how big? Di ba? So
Yes,
we
Madam
will
Chair.
know. Kasi hindi namin alam yan eh.
Yes, Madam Chair. We actually have a visual of the Yusek Jonas. We actually have a visual po of the Manila Bay area with the different projects already mapped out. If I can just request Yusek Jonas to share the visual, yung mapa while I read out the names of the projects.
And siguro, Secretary, what happened to the moratorium?
It appears po that the moratorium was not in effect when these ECCs were actually granted. I will also read out the dates of the granting of the ECCs, if that would be. Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair. So there is the New Manila Reclamation Project, 407.42 hectares. Yes po, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am. I think we will show the map. 407.42, City of Manila. ECC was issued 12 March 2019. There is the Manila City Waterfront Project. ECC issued 18 July 2018.
Another one.
Yes, Madam Chair. New Manila Reclamation Project po. 407.42 hectares. Manila City Waterfront Project, 318 hectares. Horizon Manila Reclamation Project, 419 hectares. Yes, Madam. Actually, moving southward, Manila Gold Coast Reclamation Project. Yes, Madam. Madam Chair, 148 hectares. Pasay Harbor Reclamation Project. Yes, Madam Chair. 265 hectares. Pasay Reclamation Project, 360 hectares. Manila Bay Reclamation Project, Manila Bay Land, which is a coastal road, 800 along the coastal road po, 844 hectares. Madam, this is, opo, going, and pa si Attorney Ami. Coastal Road Corp and Provincial Government of Cavite po.
And Secretary, out of the 21 ho, ilan na yung nagsusstart?
Coastal Road, along the Coastal Road of Cavite po.
Cavite, what cities?
Madam
What
Chair.
places in Cavite?
Madam Chair, here we have a visual map po which we will
What
circulate.
places in Cavite?
Madam Chair, the breakdown is not here in the list, but it is actually indicated po in the visual which we will share
We
with you po.
cannot distinguish that if we don't
Yes po.
know.
If I may po, Director Cunyado, May we call upon you to actually provide the details?
Tong inong. Ano yung coastal road? Enumerate mo kung anong bayan sa Cavite.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. The list of all the issued ECC is about 21 as indicated in the project. There's a
Ilan?
21
81?
ECC, 21 ECC
Oh,
issued in the Manila Bay.
About the coastal road in Cavite, how many ECCs yun? At gaano kalaki yun? Anong bayan yun? Pumunta yun dito ng gulo. Kasi I talked to Bacoor, they will not proceed with it. I just want to know if they're proceeding. Kasi I talked to them. Meron Bacoor. I told them, you have to do beyond Cavitex. Lumabas ka ng Cavitex, magdidimandahan tayo. Sabihin mo sa akin kung sino yung coastal road na yan.
Madam Chair, regarding doon sa reclamation for inside, that's about
Coastal road, Cavite.
coastal road,
Oo.
roads
Ano
in
yung
Cavite,
coastal
that's
road
about
Cavite? Saan yon? Ba't nalilito ka na? Binigay mo na hindi mo alam?
itong coastal road, Madam Chair, is 846 hectares.
O, saan yan? Saan nag-start yan?
This is the area that is applied by Manila Bay land commission. That is a Cavite.
Saan bayan yan?
In Cavitex, Madam Chair.
Ano?
Cavitex. Cavite.
Oh, Cavitex. Saan ng Cavitex? Ang laki ng Cavitex. Cavitex starts sa Parañaque. Umikot yon papuntang Cavite. Oh, so sabi mo, saan to? Ako, wag nyo gagawin sa akin yun. Tanginan nyo. Dumating ka dito, galing ka sa Cebu, ginulo mo kami lahat. Ilista mo sa akin ano yung coastal road na yan. Hindi namin alam yan. Nung naghihiring kayo, gusto ko mag-attend, ayaw niya akong tinatago niya sa akin. Ano yan? Ano yung coastal na yan? I-explain mo sa akin yan. Anong bayan yan?
Chair, if I may.
Hindi namin alam yan. Ako, sinabi ko sa inyo, huwag niyong pakikialaman yung amin daan doon. We have 4 rivers going out of that bay. Where will the river go? The water of the river go? Sinasabi ko na palagi sa inyo yan. Ayaw kayo tumigil. Hindi ako pumayag dyan. Nagpunta sa akin yung mga gustong mag-reclaim doon. Hindi ako pumayag dyan. Sabi sa akin ni DPWH Secretary Babe Singson noong 2015, Senadora, wag ka papayag. Babaha kayo ng 6 to 8 meters. 6 meters is 3-story building. Sinabi ko na yan, hindi kayo mapigil. Sabi mo sa akin kung ano yan. Hindi mapigil. Maraming perang pinamigay . Sinabi ko na yan, tigilan na yan. We cannot afford it. You know, kaya ayaw ni Babe Singson yan. Yung Bacoor Imus, yung Cavitex lang, hindi nila ginawang aqueduct. Dapat poste yon para the water will come out to Manila Bay. Tinambakan nila. They had to construct a 9.5 billion water retarding facility sa Bacoor and Imus na hindi nga binayaran ng government, inutang sa JICA. 45 hectares. And ngayon, sinasabi sa akin ni Mayor Revilla, hindi na solve. Hindi na solve ang flooding. 9.5 billion water retarding facility. What is the logic of tatambakan mo ang ang bay, tapos gagawa ka ng bay sa land and spend 9.5 billion there? I cannot find the logic there. Why are you doing this? Yeah. Why are you doing that?
Madam Chair, I'm just, obviously I just got here physically, but I have been listening attentively to the presentation through online.
Cancelled ECC daw yan na ni-revive mo.
That's what I'm about to ask. Madam Chair, you're saying that there's already a uh, may kumukontra na dito sa gagawin na ito. So it's not like nobody's talking about this.
Telling us.
Number two, Madam Chair, they proceeded without giving us a heads up. You are talking about the chairperson of the Senate committee.
They don't want to invite me. Oh. And that's why I'm telling him, you won't invite me. I am the chairman of the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. You won't invite me. Tinataguan ako eh. And that is a protected area.
My God.
Legislated protected area. And that is entitled to a buffer zone. Na
Definitely.
only the protected area, it's entitled to a buffer zone. Bakit i-reclaim yung buffer zone?
It's unbelievable. And now we couldn't get an answer, Madam Chair.
Ako, chairman ng committee nyo, yan lang ang pinapakiusap tayo sa inyo. Wala naman akong hinihingi sa inyo just to protect our city from flooding. Hindi kayo mapigil?
Madam Chair, may I? In terms of the projects of the Cavite Province Land and Reclamation,
Bumaha na nga sila. Kung ilang bumaha sila. Ito, bumaha eh. Hindi mo 9.5 billion na water retarding facility. Kaya si Babes yung tapos sabi sa akin ngayon, they still have a problem.
So the $1 million question is what prompted you to reclaim the area?
Madam Chair,
Reclaim the area, 10,000.
Madam Chair, you want to put that on record? Madam Chair, I'm still interested. What prompted them to... Yeah, but I wanted to hear their side, Madam Chair. I already have some conclusions on my mind, Madam Chair, but I wanted to hear their side.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, if I may defer to Yusek Jonas here on the process po, to clarify the process po.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Ang process po natin sa reclamations, ang unang-una po dyan, nag-a-apply po sila ng reclamation project, yung local government unit po, hindi po private sector, local government. In this case, City of Manila or City of Parañaque or City of Bacoor. And then before they apply for reclamation project, they will be applying from the DNR the area clearance, and the ECC. And then kung meron na po silang area clearance and ECC, then that's the time they apply for a reclamation project sa Philippine Reclamation Authority. The approving authority of all reclamations, in the past, PRA at NEDA po yan. But then during the last administration, it was PRA and the Office of the President. So basically, ang ginagawa lang po natin, ECC, yes, ma'am. So, yes, yes, ma'am. So there are, yeah. Yeah.
ECC is on your-
ECC, oh. There are instances, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that may mga cases po talaga ng mga reclamations that na even if we issue the ECC, the Office of the President or the PRA will not
To the
approve it.
president about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
He didn't know about that.
So yun po, Madam.
To the president. Di ba I told you and I told Secretary Simato, I talked to the president. Itong reclamation ng bay namin, I always talk to the president. I talked to President Aquino during his time. And I talked to President Duterte during his time. Hindi alam ng mga presidente yan. Di ba sinabi ni presidente, ayoko niyan reclamation kasi it's a source of corruption. So yun na reason, corruption.
Basically, ganun po yung process, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Still the process. Let me ask about the process, yung ECC that you were talking about, di ba? How do you determine? Because you were saying the LGUs actually ask for it. All the LGUs na tatamaan ask for it. And
Sila po ang proponent.
okay, sila yung proponent, tapos dinala sa ECC. Then, dun sa DENR to issue yung ECC, what are you looking for before you approve and say, oh, this is up for reclamation?
Usually, Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang ECC po talaga hindi naman po siya magsasabi whether the project will proceed or not. Ang tinitingnan lang po natin, Madam Chair, Your Honor, sa ECC ay yung mga potential impact. So titingnan po natin based on the scoping activity, ito po yung atin na ng mga different stakeholders na possibly will be affected by the project, and they will define what will be the coverage of the ECC.
Was there an instance na sa ECC na figure out yung impact tapos nagkamali kayo na iba pala dun sa inaaral nyo na sabi hindi babahain, binaha pa rin, or sabi pag ganito ang ginawa wala namang effect, adverse effect, pero nagkaroon?
Ganito po,
What do you do
Madam
after
Chair,
that?
Your Honor. Sa ECC, after identification the possible or potential impact, ito po ang pag-aaralan ng proponent. They will be hiring experts para mapag-aaralan kung ano yung impact. If the impact can be mitigated, ibig sabihin pwedeng ma-reduce, pwedeng maiwasan, ito po yung sasabihin nila, sasabihin sa DNR, and we will evaluate if the mitigating measures will be adequate to prevent yung possible impact. Pag may mga enhancement na po, they will still be subject to study. So, ang ECC po is not only undertaken by DNR, but actually being evaluated by experts. Minsan kasama po yung academic institutions, sila po yung nag-aaral kung anong dapat. In this case, reclamation, may mga study po yan, may mga hydrologic
800.
Madam Chair?
ano po yung requirements. So ito po yung subject ng ECC natin.
Madam Chair, with the permission of Senator or Majority Floor Leader.
Senator Binay, kasi siya yung nagtatanong sa dito eh. Yeah.
Hindi. Tatanong ko lang ho, Yusek Cortez, yung pag kunyari, nalaman niyo na yung mitigating measures, meron ho bang kakayahan yung DNR to check kung talaga nasunod yung pinapagawa niyang mitigating measures?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yung ECC po, after identifying the mitigation measures, when we issue the ECC, based on sa, i-determine po ng DNR kung yung mitigating measures with the other stakeholders, yung mga academic institution, mga experts, kung kaya po na nating ma-mitigate yung impact. Ngayon, kung makita natin na pwede naman po ma-mitigate, mabawasan, or ma-prevent po yung impact, may issue na po natin ng environmental compliance certificates with several conditions. So, ito mga conditions na minomonitor po natin.
Ang inaano ko is pagtapos na yung project, namomonitor nyo ba kung sumunod sila dun sa napagkasunduang mitigating measures?
Yes, madam. Ito po yung nangyayari. Kaya may mga companies o may mga ganyang project na based on our monitoring, we need to penalize them or ang pinaka-worst case scenario, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we suspend or we cancel the ECC if there is a blatant violation of the conditions provided under the ECC, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yeah, pero Yusek, pagdating na dun sa parte na yun, parang lumulubog na tayong lahat. 'Di ba? Yun lang po, Madam Chairperson. Sen. Joel, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Sabi, yung 800 hectares na sinasabi niya, expire na ang ECC noon. At hindi na Cavitex yun nung matagal na. Ang Cavitex was taken over by the Pangilinan Group. Hindi na sila interesado doon. Nire-revive niya yon kasi may question tong ECC nung mga pumatong. Tapusin nyo na yan kasi pwede.
I would just like to follow up.
Yon, yung 800 hectares na yon was issued long time ago when ang may-ari pa ng Cavitex si Birata na pinagbili niya na sa Cavitex kay Manny Pangilinan Group. Expired na yun eh. Ngayon gusto nilang i-revive yun kasi nagkakaproblema yung maliliit na pumatong doon. May patong yun eh. Ba't hindi nyo patapusin yun? Ano ba yan? Kapal-kapal naman ng mukha niyo. Alam niyo nang babaha kami ng katakot-takot ayaw niyo patigilan niya. Sinabi ko na yan sa Bacoor na you cannot do it beyond Cavitex kasi babaha tayo lahat dito. Bumabaha na sila, hindi nga nila masolve. Tinayuan na nga sila ng 9.8 billion na 9.5 billion na water retarding facility. Hindi masolve. Bakit mo i-resume na naman yan? Ikaw taga Cebu ka. Doon ka pumunta sa Cebu at guluhin mo yung Cebu. Huwag mo kami guluhin dito. We just want to live a quiet life here. Tigilan niyo ako. Magdidemandahan na tayo. Nagdemandahan na tayo ng katagal-tagal, 20 years doon sa Altec. Magdidemandahan na naman kami ngayon.
Madam Chair, if I may, under this present administration, we'll be looking very carefully at the reclamation policy as a whole. And we realize there is a need for some very strong science because of the implications.
Hindi naman science yan.
Yes, Madam Chair.
River ka nalalabas sa bay, walang lalabasan What will happen to us? Four river, Parañaque River, Las Piñas River, Zapote River, and Molino River. Because Molino River goes to Zapote River to go out of that side of Manila Bay. Hindi na science yan. Where will our water go? Kung sasarahan mo yung Manila Bay. Common sense naman yun Where will our water go? 2 million people? Bacoor, Las Piñas, and Parañaque were 2 million. 2 million people, 2 million household, hindi 2 million people. My God.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Chair. Madam Chair, if I may lang. Kanina yung binanggit ni Senator Nancy Binay, tungkol dun sa problema na na-approve yung ECC. I would just like to flash this on screen, Madam Chair. What happened in Coron, Palawan? After po yan na-issue yung ECC, ngayon po, inalis yung mga mangrove forest dyan. Ayan na po yung itsura ngayon. And now, PRA is asking for the forfeiture. Patignan niyo po yung lugar, yung itsura ngayon, Madam Chair. So, pagkatapos niyan, tsaka natin nahabulin yung binabanggit nga. I share the concern of Senator Binay. Parang, what are we doing? Ito anong update naman dito? Tigil na po ba ito?
Madam Chair, if I may request Yusek Mitch Guna to respond.
Mitch, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator Joel Villanueva. The status of the Coron Reclamation Project right now is that the environmental compliance certificate that was previously issued has been canceled and they have filed a motion for reconsideration, and that is pending now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Mitch. But again, Madam Chair, it's a classic example na lumabas yung ECC, ni-reclaim, tinanggal yung mga mangroves, ayan po yung nangyari. I mean, we don't want to see this kind of picture all over our country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Siguro, ano na, you have to re-examine your stand to this reclamation project. Di ba? Nakakatakot to eh. Kawawa naman kami eh. We have been trying to take care of our cities. Tapos dadating kayo dito out of nowhere and then aaprubahan nyo yung mga ito. Hindi naman kayo taga-amin eh. Tapos naghi-hearing sila eh. Hindi ko ma-access ang hearing eh. Tinatago nila sa akin. Bakit nyo pinababayaan ng mga manager nyo na ganyan? Ako, chairman of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, hindi ko nga ma-access ang hearing eh. Ayaw bigay sa akin eh. Ikaw? Huwag nyo gagawin sa amin yan. Hindi kami papayag dyan. Baka akala nyo makakalusot kayo. Kinausap ko na si President Duterte dyan nung time mo eh. Hindi niya alam yan eh. Baka yung sinasabi sa'yo na naglalakad mo, nagbubulaan sa'yo. And I will talk to President about this. This time, I will talk to President Bongbong Marcos. I have talked to all president about the reclamation there. I'm telling you, gawin nyo gusto nyo sa ibang lugar, wag doon sa amin kasi hirap na kami. You know, it took me 10 years to clean my river so that there will be no flooding. Tapos sasarahan nyo yung daan ng river ko. Ano ba yan? It took me 10 years to do that. From 2013 to 2021. 10 years. 30 kilometers of river. I cleaned 30 kilometers of river. Ba't hindi sasama loob ko? Sino naman magtsatsagang maglinis ng 30 kilometers of river? Tapos sasarahan mo yung dadaanan ng river ko. Ano naman kami? Why? Anong reason ko to spend 10 years of my life tapos sasarahan mo yung dadaanan ng river ko? I spent 10 years of my life cleaning that river. Yeah, I'm so passionate about this. And we have passed that legislated protected area yun. Legislated kasi nga hindi nyo pinakikinggan pag executive protected area. Ano yun 2007 declare na yun ng president protected area. Hindi naman nila pinakinggan That's why I had to legislate it. And I had to spend a lot of money to support my lawyer para ipaglaban yun. Ano yun 2007 declared na yun na executive order. Hindi nila pinakinggan. Hindi ni-legislate. At declared yun Ramsar. Ang Ramsar kasi, we are co-signatory to the Ramsar Treaty. So, ang pag-co-signatory ka doon, you are mandated to protect that Ramsar listed wetland of international importance to protect it from destruction. So, may Ramsar na kami, may legislation pa kami, may executive order kami. Walang makapigil na mag-issue ng ECC. What do you think is the reason for that? Tapos ako, yan lang pinapakiusap ko sa inyo. Huwag nyo na kaming pakialaman. Hindi mapigil. Pera. Baguhin na natin ang topic. Mag-aaway lang tayo.
Madam Chair. Last question na po. But I
Yeah,
also
Senator Nancy, as long as it's a different topic, we will allow you to raise your questions.
I just joined our chairperson, yung
Yes.
call niya na to siguro finally to come out with a policy pagdating nga dito sa reclamation. Moving on to another topic, hingi lang ho ako ng update.
Sobrang nahirap ko dyan. 20 taon na yan.
Opo, as chairperson po ng Committee on Tourism, hingi lang ho ako ng update dito sa 6 Tourist Beach Destination Program po ng DNR.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll turn over to you, Sec Jonas Leones, for that update. If I may just add, Madam Chair, that we commit to the review of the policy on reclamation po. This is something that we have said po from the very start. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I hope this will be a different time for all of us.
Madam Chair, maybe you're referring to the GEM sites, yung Green Economy Model sites. These are actually located sa Coron, El Nido, Puerto Galera, Panglao, Region 7, and Siargao. Basically, we want to replicate what we have done in Boracay and Manila Bay, which includes rehabilitation of destroyed mangrove areas, restore the water quality in these areas. And we have, for 2023, we have total budget for allocated for these 5 GEMs for 2019 to 2022. We have already allocated for Coron, 22 million. El Nido, 22 million. And Puerto Galera, the same, 22 million. Panglao in Cebu, in Region 7, 23 million. And Siargao, 26 million, Madam Chair. As I said, Madam Chair, we will be replicating the activities we have undertaken in the different sites that we have already rehabilitated, which includes rehabilitation of informal settlers in coordination with other department agency like DSUD for the relocation of informal settlers and the local government unit for enforcing our environmental laws in order to protect these 5 GEM sites, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Yusek, meron na ho ba kayo in the pipeline for other beach destinations?
Madam Chair, if I may respond to that, we are now in discussions po with Secretary Cristina Frasco and also Secretary Ben-Hur, because ang vision po ni Secretary Frasco would be to have a national collaboration with the DNR in terms of ecotourism and enhancement of the protected areas so that in fact we may include this in the tourism industry's push towards sustainable tourism. So in fact po, there was to be a meeting this afternoon. We just needed to reset po because of the budget and because of other circumstances. But this has been an ongoing conversation already with Secretary Cristina and Secretary Ben-Hur on collaboration with the ILG and the DOT on the Boracay-like approach towards sustainable tourism for the country. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And siguro, Sec, baka pwede pakidagdag naman hutong Pasig River. Alam mo natin when we go to other countries, yung river cruise nila or yung mga ganong tourism event na pwedeng gawin. And napakalaki ho ng potential ng Pasig River. Sana nga ho kasama to dun sa talagang marirehabilitate na.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Yusek Jonas because we do have funding for Pasig River rehabilitation as well po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. We're happy to report, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that for the Pasig River, it is being part of the Manila Bay rehabilitation, we have been continuously cleaning up the Pasig River in coordination or in collaboration with the private sector. I don't know, Madam Chair, if you heard that one private company has pledged to dredge the whole Pasig River. So this is ongoing as part of our Manila Bay rehabilitation. For the Bulacan side, Your Honor, Mr. Senator, I'm also from Bulacan. We're also pipeline, included in the pipeline also is the rehabilitation of the Mekawayan, Marilao, Obando River. As you said, this has been adjudged as one of the polluted river. So being part of the Manila Bay of the world, it is also part of our rehabilitation because we believe that if we cannot clean all the river systems connected to Manila Bay, we will not be successful in the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. So rest assured that we will continuously clean up the Manila Bay, Your Honor.
Sige,
Yusek, I
Yusek,
will monitor that, Yusek. Because
yun,
yes, the chairperson is correct in stating that it used to be the dirtiest river in the world,
Yeah.
which is a black eye in our beloved province.
yun lang, Yusek, sana panawagan ko lang ho bago matapos sana yung term ko in 3 years, magkakaroon na ho ng, pwede nang mag-offer ang ating DOT ng isang Pasig River tour or something similar to that na ginagawa natin when we go abroad. Yan lang po, Madam Chairperson. Thank you po.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
In
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
connection with the river, I just want to manifest kasi baka magkagulo na naman tayo dito na yung DPWH kinausap ko na i-give up na natin yung Parañaque Spillway. Kasi sabi ng Secretary of DPWH, that study was made in the 1970s. Outdated na yon. So ayaw na namin ng Las Piñas, Parañaque, and even Muntinlupa nung Parañaque Spillway. So kasi gusto pang i-hear ng DNR yon. So I'm just manifesting na nag-usap-usap na kami na hindi, kasi yung assumption in the 1970 is different now. That 1970 is 50 years ago. So yung mga assumption noon, iba na ngayon. And may problema na nga kami sa Manila Bay, dadagdagan pa ng ng Laguna Lake. So siguro you should devise rehabilitation of Laguna Lake by themselves, and then kami naman we will devise the rehabilitation of Manila Bay in our side para kanya-kanya tayong pag-solve ng problema kasi marami tayong problema nowadays. Okay? So I just want to make the manifestation kasi naggusto pa nilang mag-hear doon. For us, is out of the question. We will not agree to that. So, i-abandon na natin yung Parañaque Spillway na yun.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you very much.
if I may po,
Yeah.
just to inform Madam Chair that we have had several conversations with Secretary Babe Singson as well. So he has the holistic view po of the problems of Metro Manila. So we could continue to consult with him po, specifically on this one as well.
Nandiyan pa ba siya? Umalis na rin. We recognize Senator Bongo. Siya yung not there. I just want to ask if Senator Bongo is not there, is Senator Amy interested in asking question? Nawawala sila. So we'll recognize, while waiting for them, we'll recognize Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be very quick and let me first of all thank our friends from the NR. Secretary, congratulations for your confirmation. I have a lot of friends in the NR family, especially with si Yusek Kuna. Lagi kong binabati yan for the past so many years. But I'm trying to fill in for Senator Tulfo, Madam Chair. If he comes back, I will yield to him. But while waiting for him, I was listening attentively to the questions raised and your initiatives in order to preserve and appreciate the presence of our Sierra Madre. I think we are all aware of what happened during the last super typhoon, and Sierra Madre, which stretches for 500 kilometers, has shielded the entire Luzon, no? Metro Manila, Cagayan, Bulacan, Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, Nueva Ecija, Quirino, Aurora, Quezon, Rizal, Laguna. It stabilizes the water flow and soil to prevent typhoon-related calamities, and its terrain provides a buffer, slowing down and often taking the impact of typhoons. However, the rugged mountain slopes can mitigate strong winds. The forest also absorbs heavy rains. We just wanted to find out. I actually went to San Miguel, Bulacan, personally the day after Typhoon Carding hit our beloved province. And of course, everyone is thankful that we have Sierra Madre, but we wanted to find out if part of your budget in preservation of Sierra Madre na-cut din kasama dun sa binabanggit niya po kanina. So what are your current programs for the conservation and the management of the mountain range, Secretary?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. I will defer to our FMB director so he can talk about current programs, and then we can break down the budget for you, Madam Chair, after which I will defer to Yusek Anate. Director Parian.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Joel Villanueva. Regarding the situation in Sierra Madre Mountain, for the information of this honorable body, we have a total land area in Sierra Madre, based on the non-BREA land cover data, a total of 1,417,472.81 hectares. Out of this, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, are following closed forest, 553,637 in hectares, sir. And open forest, we have 537, 65.43.
Sorry to interject, sir. Just so we can be faster, no? Just the allocation of funds. How much are we looking at? Was it affected because of the cut? How much do we need? We're here to help. We wanted to find out how much was allotted for Sierra Madre.
Madam Chair, if we may.
Secretary, please.
Yusek Te.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, Senator Villanueva, the budget allocated for Northern Sierra Madre Natural Park for 2023 is 9.9 million pesos, and this is intended for demarcation.
Let me put on record na nanlata ako, Madam Chair. 9.9 million, 500
Updating
kilometers.
of the management plan, Mr. Chair, and monitoring of the flora and fauna.
PMB.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, there's also provision for hiring of the protected area superintendent and park rangers.
What was your proposed budget for that, for that particular item?
For NGP, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we will get the specific budget on the, oh yeah, because it's on the sa Penro, ma'am, nakapasok, aside from the PA, meron din tayong NGP sa Penro.
Sa NGP.
Hiwalay pa.
Hiwalay siya.
Opo. Yes, ma'am. Opo. Kasama po siya dun sa 248.
Yeah. Kasama na ba yun dun sa, hindi pa. So, i-add mo pa dyan yung 11, but still, 20 million.
And then NGP po.
500 kilometers. Liit lang. Pinagip lang tayong lahat ng Sierra Madre nitong nakarang super typhoon.
Sabi nila.
Yung may assessment na po ba tayo after the typhoon, and I'm sure medyo hindi pa nako-cover lahat, no? But siguro yun na lang. Again, just to place on record, we're here to help. We wanted to find out how much we need. Decent, hindi naman 9.9 million for 900 kilometers. Siguro, pa-submit na lang. I wanted to expedite, no? And then next, yung question ko sa Kaliwa Dam, ano ba talaga? Will it will its benefits outweigh the cost? How will, alam mo yung million-dollar question lagi to, how will it affect the livelihood of our people? Will it prevent or help in preventing flood flow to the communities below it?
To make a comment on that and ask you what do you think. They said that the Angat Dam is 50 years old. Anytime it can go. So, yung Kaliwa Dam is the alternative. Otherwise, may problem ang Metro Manila as a source of water. That's how they explain it to me. But I want to hear from the DNR what is the explanation there. Because hindi ba yung Angat Dam is 50 years old. So anytime it can go. So ano ang kapalit ng Angat Dam?
Madam Chair, if I may, and I'll turn over to NWRB Director Bill David in a moment, but if we can just state that Metro Manila is already water stressed. And so without a new water supply, we will continue to be challenged in terms of domestic use po. And so Angat is a multi-purpose dam, and therefore there are other uses rather than supplying Metro Manila. So if there were to be structurally an impact because of an earthquake or some other type of event, there will be other areas that will be affected, not just for domestic supply, but agriculture and energy, as well as geographically Bulacan and surrounding areas. So if I may just now turn over to NWRB Director Bill David for the comment on Kaliwa and the other supply issues. Thank you po.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And of course, good morning po, Madam Chair and Senator Villanueva. As for the Kaliwa Dam, actually, Madam Chair, this was proposed or being implemented by the NWSS. No? And of course, the main purpose of this Kaliwa Dam is to serve as a redundant alternative water source, no, for primarily for Metro Manila. Alam naman po natin is with the increasing demand, no, of water for Metro Manila, and since sabi niyo nga po around 50 years diyan na po nanggagaling, no, yung water supply for Metro Manila, and since then, no, naging double na po ang population ng Metro Manila. And it's not only Metro Manila ang maasa po ngayon sa Angat Dam, no? Andiyan po yung Bulacan, no? I think majority part of Bulacan also relies on the water supply being provided by the Angat Dam. Kasama na rin po dyan yung Rizal and part po ng Cavite Province. Kaya with this increasing demand po, Madam Chair, ay nagkaroon po talaga ng need na, no, to develop, no, alternative water source, no. Although isa rin tinatingnan natin dito is yung as another program of the government, yung demand management naman po, no. So usually po kasi yung supply naman natin hindi naman talaga nagbabago, no. Finite ang supply natin. So we are also resorting to water demand management, no, yung pagmamanage naman ng pangangailangan natin. At on record po, medyo malakas gumamit, no, yung tao, no, yung Pilipino sa tubig. So yun po yung isa nating ina-address. But while doing that, Madam Chair, there's also a need, no, to develop, no, mga alternative water source in case na magkaroon nga po, no, as also a protection to disaster. Hopefully hindi naman po mangyayari yan. Isang ano rin po as a parang alternative water source in case magkaroon po ng disaster for Metro Manila.
I suppose you have a feasibility study about it, di ba? And in the feasibility study itself, what does it say? Ito yung yung portions. And let me put on record, Madam Chair, that I will yield to my good friend Senator Tulfo after this this question, Your Honor. Pwedeng marinig kay Executive Director David, please.
Yes po, meron pong ginawa yan, feasibility and likewise yung engineering study po. But ang ano po kasi NWSS po ang
Kung ano na lang, bigyan mo kami ng recommendation nyo din. Would you agree with that feasibility study? Because I'm sure prior to that, meron na rin kayong mga studies. Siguro.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may just to conclude on the status of Kaliwa, may turn over to Sir Jonas for the status report.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you, Madam Secretary. Just to inform the Honorable Senator that aside from the feasibility that you're asking the NWRB, the Kaliwa River Forest Reserve is actually a proclaimed protected area under Presidential Proclamation 1636 na masungi po. Apo. So, under the Proclamation 1636, there is an ongoing PASA activities. Kasi titingnan po natin na requirement po ito sa legislation, yung PASA. And then we have already drafted the PA management zoning. And then no PA management yet, plan. And then no IPAP account yet because it is not yet a protected area. But we have already surveyed yung mga occupants in the area, and we will be completing those inventory. And then we have already inventoried the mga existing facilities there. And then for the initial component naman po, meron kaming mga study rin po on resources on the forest and wildlife being parang invento po natin yung mga wildlife. Titinan po natin kung anong category papasok siya sa protected area. So basically, these are the updates on the Kaliwa watershed, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, as
To make a manifestation that Masungi Reserve, 40% belongs to the Upper Marikina protected area, and 60% belongs to this protected area of Kaliwa Dam. Now, the Upper Marikina River protected area is legislated. This one is by presidential decree, which we hope to legislate this coming Congress. Yan. That's it. Okay.
Madam Chair, I will yield to Senator Tulfo, who's been wanting to ask questions, Madam Chair. I will yield to,
Thank you.
sasabihin ko sana more senior, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva, Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Madam Chair. The most beautiful Madam Chair. Anyway, first of all, I would like to commend and thank the DNR for always acting on complaints that my action center would refer to them, cases pertaining to environmental issues. And FYI, you've always been our last recourse, last line of defense. Kasi nga po, palagi pag lumalapit kami para ireklamo yung mga mababawang poultry, piggery, yung mga rivers na napupulyot because of factories na pabaya, yung Senro, Menro ba yun? Menro and Senro, hindi po sila umaaksyon. Pero pag lumalapit po kami sa inyo, talagang umaaksyon po kayo. At halos lahat po ng mga nilapit po namin sa inyo, na-actionan nyo po. And for that, maraming salamat po talaga. Sana you'll keep doing that. And also, I would like to tell you guys na I fully support your proposed budget for 2023. Yan po talagang stand ko sa lahat po ng mga inatin akong hearing. Never po ako na tumutol. Always ako'y pumapayag na i-go yung proposed budget because I'm not an expert pagdating po sa pamamalakad ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno humingi po ng budget sa ating pamahalaan. Okay. Now, having said that, meron lang po akong few questions. Kino-comment ko rin po yung DNR kasi marami po ako nabasang mga articles. I did some research about doon sa mga nahuli yung mga illegal logging, yung mga violators pertaining to environmental issues. Ang tanong ko po, nakakasuhan ho ba yun? Meron ba tayong record na nakasuhan? Ano na po nangyari dun sa mga kasong yon? There were quite a few cases na filed, and I just want to make sure na itong mga kasong ito talagang nag-prosper at umaten po yung DNR kasi kayo po ang complainant. So inatin niyo po para hindi ma-dismiss yung mga kasong yon. Yun po ang gusto ko munang tanungin sa inyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Tulfo. I'll yield po to Yusek Jonas Leones for the report on the cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Regarding the question of Senator Tulfo, Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, there are a lot of cases that have been filed against violators pertaining to violations of PD 705 for our violations under our forestry laws. We are also filed cases against encroachments in our protected areas and other environmental laws. Madam, we're just looking for the list. Maybe in a while we will provide you the list of those cases that were filed against these violators, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Jonas, kasi importante po sa atin yun para sa kalaman po ng taong bayan, malaman nila na seryoso po talaga tayo pag nagpa-file po tayo ng kaso, pag nag-apply po tayo, talagang tinutuloyan natin at hindi po natin pinapabayaan hanggat sa meron talaga makulong. Kasi so far, wala pa ako narinig na press releases na nagsasabing matapos ma-arrest ng DNR, ito'y kinasuhan at ito'y nakakulong na ngayon at 5 to 10 years, whatever kung ilang taon yung kanilang parusa at mapaparusahan na yung mga nahuli para nagbunga naman po yung pagod ng DNR. Yun po yung gusto ko lang sana masiguro. So, doon po sa mga na-apprehend ng mga taga-DNR sa illegal logging, illegal mining, kung ano pa man po yun na environmental issues, sana po natuluyan. Give us a record.
Yes, we'll provide as soon as possible, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. Doon po sa Kaliwa Dam, very controversial po ito. In fact, I talked to several environmentalists and tutol nga po sila dito. Ano pong stand ng DNR?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator. I will turn over to Yusek June Adobo for the reply. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, hindi pa po naibibigay yung ECC nila. Gawa po, hindi pa tapos yung zoning nung protected areas, sorry. No? They're in the process of doing that.
Okay. So pinag-aaralan niyo pa po ng mabuti kung yung ba'y karapat-dapat na ituloy o hindi. Kasi nga po, marami din pong ginawang pag-aaral yung mga environmentalist group tungkol dyan na sinasabi nilang may mga alternative naman po aside from Kaliwa Dam kung kailangan magkaroon tayo ng ample supply ng tubig sa NCR at iba pang lugar na pwede ma-provide sa ng Kaliwa Dam. So I think masusing pag-aaral po siguro ang dapat gawin nyo and you should talk to all stakeholders. Dapat itimbangin natin.
Kasi the PAMBI is on it. No? They're reviewing the proposal, the project.
Okay, so habang pinag-aaralan niyo po yan, dapat pag-aralan din niyo po kung halimbawa yan po'y naaprubahan o for whatever reason, yung pong project na yan ay gumulong, ano po yung mga livelihood program na meron kayong nakalaan para sa mga madi-display, especially itong mga IPs natin. Pero kung ako personally, tutol po ako sa Kaliwa Dam. Pero kung yan ay isa lang naman akong tao, isang senador lang ako, kung marami po talaga ang may gusto, or even if the administration would go for it, then sino ba naman ako? Although I would right now tell you guys na tutol ako. Personally, tutol po ako sa Kaliwa Dam. Now, ano po yung plano nyo tungkol po dun sa livelihood program para dun sa mga apektuhan nitong project nyo sa Kaliwa Dam? Isakali man po ito'y matuloy, especially po yung mga IPs na umaasa lang po ng livelihood program nila doon sa paglalagyan ng Kaliwa Dam yung sa Sierra Madre.
Yung project proposal naman, Your Honor, Madam Chair, no? Nandun yung kanilang, they spelled out the plan on the IPs that will be affected. But by the way, hindi pa nga nagbigay ng free informed prior consent ang IP dito. Kaya yung ACC was put on hold, no? Kasi post condition natin yung issuance ng IPs, no?
On hold po yung ICC, yung ano ngayon, ECC.
Kasi ito ang for the project to proceed.
Kasi I read an article na meron po ata nag-issue ng nag-request ng TRO mula sa korte para mapigilan po yung pagtuloy ng project. Although from articles that I've read, yung previous administration ata ay more on go for it.
Madam Chair, may I just interject? Also, we have an update on the ECC. If I can, as I understand it from the team, the Kaliwa Dam has a post condition on its ECC, so it has been issued. But there is a condition that is put in place. There is no consent from the indigenous people in the area, and therefore it cannot be acted on.
Okay. So because there's no consent, so hindi ho matutuloy.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
That's
If I may defer to you, Sec. Jonas, so you can elaborate.
Well, kung
Thank
hindi
you.
nga tuloy, then for me, it's
Yeah.
music to my ears. Music to
After
my
now.
ears. Kasi nga po, alam naman natin, yung Sierra Madre, that's what we call the backbone of Luzon. Yan po ay nagpoprotekta sa maraming lugar sa ating bansa, especially sa NCR. Pag may mga dumating po mga bagyo, napipigilan po, nasasangga po ng Sierra Madre. So, I would really like that Sierra Madre be protected. So, go ahead po, Yusek Jonas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Secretary. So ito po, tama po yung sinabi ng ating kalihim, Secretary Loizaga, na even if we issue the ECC for environmental concerns, but there is a post conditions that the project cannot commence unless they comply with this post condition. That is the consent, to get the consent of the indigenous peoples in the area.
Okay.
Thank
Meron
you
din po kasi ako nabasa na article ni Yusek Jonas na kung saan nag-offer po ata ang DNR ng housing sa mga IPs at tumututol po yung IPs. Kasi nga naman po, meron nga silang bahay pero wala naman silang trabaho, wala silang pagkain, ano yun nilang bahay. So ang importante po talaga sa mga IPs, yung livelihood. I think that's first and foremost that should be addressed first, bago tayo magtayo ng kung anumang project na maapektuhan po silang lahat, itong mga IPs. Kasi sila po palaging api dito Tuwing meron pong ginagawang proyekto ng ating gobyerno patungkol po sa environment, na maapektuhan po yung environment natin, sila po yung unang-unang naapektuhan, sila po yung nakakawawa dito.
Madam Chair, Yusek
Dito nga
Jonas.
po pumapasok yung sinasabi ko po, yung quote ko, yung isang sikat na American activist, sinasabi niya, the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is justice.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, tama po kayo doon. Kaya nga po very strict yung aming post condition. We need to make sure that the welfare of the IPs are considered before any project implementation. So, in case there will be housing that will be offered to the IPs, ito po yung pag-uusapan pa rin sa the table. Kasi sa amin po, ang concern lang namin if there will be the project and there will be in need of relocating these IPs, kung meron man, kung matutuloy man yung project, hanggang area lang po kami mag-relocate. But for the housing projects, we need to coordinate with the Department of Housing po and Urban Authority.
Sorry. So meron po kayong offer na housing?
So far po wala po kaming
okay. So mali yung article ata nabasa ko.
wala po kaming
Okay.
housing.
So, good. Now, lastly, ang gusto ko lang po talaga makuha po yung record ng mga nahuli nyo. And very commendable po yun. Kayo po yung umaaresto. Ibig sabihin, kayo po yung natatrabaho at na-aresto nyo po, na-apprehend nyo po yung mga illegal loggers at yung mga violators ng abuses against the environment. Gustong-gusto ko po yan. Pero kailangan lang po natin ng record talaga para sa taong bayan to na makikita seryoso po tayo sa ating trabaho. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, mga taga-DNR. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my turn. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Tulfo. And thank you, dear colleagues, for listening to me. I was just a little bit confused of the answers that I have heard with regard to Kaliwa Dam. So what we're saying is that the position of the ENR is still in process of evaluating and studying. Is that correct, Your Honor? Just to be sure that you are not for or against at this point in time because you are still considering some aspects of the different studies, including the feasibility studies. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, I'll turn over to you, Sec Mitch, for the reply.
You know that is my Achilles heel, kaya okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Senator Joel. So just for your information, the environmental compliance certificate was issued already. So as explained earlier by Yusek Jonas, the ECC, that process identifies the possible impacts of the project, so the environmental side. But of course, we respect the rights of the indigenous peoples in the area, which is why the ECC was issued. But the condition, the post condition in that which must be complied with before they can commence the project is that they need to get the free and prior informed consent from the NCIP.
Without it, you're still
Yes.
okay, not supporting until such time that they complied with all of these requirements. Thank you for that. I think I was clarified with and satisfied with the answers from the department. Now, a while ago, I was also listening to the budget for protected areas, which is unfortunate. Na if you divide it by 248, it would boil down to about 11 million per protected area. It includes the conservation of our wetlands. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam Chair, that includes the conservation of the wetlands.
Yeah. And how many wetlands have undergone or are undergoing rehabilitation at this point in time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn over to Director Nati Bernardino to respond specifically to that question.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we have a total of 464 identified inland wetlands in the country.
Sorry, 400?
464
Okay.
inland wetlands. And we have already assessed 122. Out of the 464 inland wetlands, we have 8 Ramsar sites of international significance. Of the 122, Mr. Senator, we have there are 55 wetlands that have already developed their management plans.
So 55 out of the 120. So 122, ang universe na is 464. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. And what is our time frame to assess yung remaining? And then our time frame from the 122, 55 yung you were saying that is operational? Is that...
that have ongoing conservation plans.
I mean, ongoing conservation plans.
Yes.
Right. Can I just get parang a time frame on when we'll be able to assess all of this 464, and I'm sure that's part of your target from the 122, yung 55 yung meron na, no? And it's good that you made mention about the 8 sites designated as wetlands of international importance, itong Ramsar sites. I think it's very important. And I hope that we have enough funds to take care of this. Ito po yung may surface area na 247,684 hectares. Is that correct? Siguro, ano lang po, what
or our information campaigns and cleanup activities enough to raise awareness on the wetlands? How do you measure po yung effectivity of these programs and other similar interventions? Meron po tayong mga performance indicators dyan.
And to make a comment on that, the Ramsar listed wetlands are very famous. It's the Tuba-Taha Reef, Palawan Underground River, the Olango Island, Nauhan Lake, Agusan Mars, our Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park sa Smoan, Pampanga, and Negros Occidental. So they are famous. And I think they're very active. They are being promoted. I think yung mga may problema lang wetland, yung mga hindi sikat, di ba? But these ones, I think they're very famous and they are really being taken care of by the local government and DNR. So hindi problematic yung 8 Ramsar listed. Yung mga ibang wetland na hindi sikat, yun ang problematic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just wait for the submission na lang para ma-expedite. Madali naman po akong kausap. Yung sa time frame, because they were able to assess 122 out of the 464 wetlands. Yeah.
May I interject?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Senator Joel, thank you for bringing it to in our agenda.
Yes,
400.
you trained me well in this particular topic, Your
Ikaw
Honor.
ay likas na makakalikasan.
464, 122 na yung assessed. Out of the 122, 55 na yung may mga plano and
These 400 plus are declared wetlands by the DNR or by local legislation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Nati, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just interject, but it's your floor. It's your time. What are these 400 plus? DENR designated or locally legislated by municipal ordinance, wetlands?
It may be a combination, Madam Senator.
400, what is it?
But in our inventory and assessment, we have already identified 464.
464. Okay, Operation 464. The chair and the majority leader are asking the DNR to submit to the committee the 464 designated wetlands. Of the 464, the majority leader said that there are 122. 22. What is the 122?
Inland wetlands, which have already undergone biodiversity assessment.
Okay. The 400 plus have not been assessed yet, but already designated. How is it? How do we differentiate?
Because there are different types of wetlands, and we have asked our field offices to do an inventory of wetlands under their jurisdiction. They can just easily identify these wetlands, but to undergo, comprehensive biodiversity assessment is another thing.
Okay, understood. So the 464 list, you have it readily available? Very good. Please submit to the committee. The 122, which has undergone initial assessment, you already have the list. Yes. And what do we do with the 122? I think that's, and is it being protected under your budget?
Some of these are within protected areas. Some are outside protected areas. So if they're within protected areas, they're going to be covered by the budget for PAs.
Oh, how can they be covered by 11 million? You're dreaming. Dear, let's call a spade. Come on. We are not at the rate our budgets are going and the way the DNR seeks to protect, we're leaving it to waste. That's calling a spade. So the 122 of the 464 has initial studies.
Biodiversity assessment.
Assessment, kindly submitted to the committee also. What is it named? It's already a declared wetland by the DNR? What is it?
Not necessarily, ma'am. There may be some which have been declared as part of protected areas or declared as Ramsar.
So that
Not necessarily.
indicate, yes. Pakilagay po, already in the 8th Ramsar or in PA of the 114 PA or in the non-PA legislated but of the 248 non-legislated. Ganun, para maliwanag. Tapos ito, para mapabilis, kasi maski ilang termino ka dito, ay hindi natin ma-legislate yung 464. Ano ang magandang panukalang batas na hindi kailangan intayin gumalaw ang lahat ng mga measure dyan para maideklara natin yung 464 na wetland? Hindi ko kailangan sumagot kasi kung iintayin natin the meets and bounds and everything, I'm on my 4th term, she's ending her term, he's ending second term. We want to finish it before the end of my 2 colleagues' terms. The declaration of the 464, assuming it's correct, into something, into a declared wetland. Let's have a wetland act, maybe not the NIPAS, but so that we
Walang, Senator, declared by the President as an executive, by an executive. Beyond that, mag-iimbento kayo ng iba niyong gagawin para ma-recognize. Kasi yun lang ang alam ko na way eh. Oo.
Example lang invento. Example lang ha, hindi, tsaka maybe not call it invento, pero tama ka, you're being very colloquial about it. For example, the e-NIPAS. Dati, ilan yung NIPAS? Nadatnan ko, noong 98, ilan? Hindi, 12 lang. Yung simula ng NIPAS, ilan yun? 13 lang, 13, nadatnan ko. Tapos, ang suhestyon ng DNR noon, iisa-isahin ko. Sabi ko, maski ilang daang taon ako sa Senado, hindi ko matatapos yan dahil mula noong 1986 hanggang noong 1998, ilan? 13 lang ang nagawa. Eh, nung tinanong ko yun, I was on my 1st or 2nd term, iisa-isahin. Paano is-isahin yan? Kaya, invento, in the words of Senator Villar, oo, pinagsama-sama into the expanded NIPAS. Alam niyo yan, it was a hurdle. May mga nag-oppose noon, tas hiniring ko isa-isa. Nagagalit, ba't daw ganun? Ba't sila pinapagsama? Kailangan individual legislation. Eh, paano naman individual yon? Eh, 94. Pero, na-invento natin yung e-NIPAS. So, kung kaya natin ng e-NIPAS, kaya natin si wetlands. Kung kailangan proteksyonan. Again, you are the experts. Base it, according to the secretaries, on science. 464, based on science. Maybe it's more than 464. So, we will find the legal and legislative wordings, but give it to us, and we can do it ala e-NIPAS. Tama? Okay, you have the time na kasi sayang yung 464. Mag-i-invento tayo. Now, we will
Madam Chair, evidence-based naman yung pag-invent.
Science-based,
Yes, po.
evidence-based, not innovate and create the kind of legislative language necessary to declare it for the purpose of preservation and conservation. Because in so doing, we protect the communities who live there. Of course, those already covered by PAs, hindi nakasama because they're already covered. Kaya tama yung sinabi ng chair, sa 464, paki-identify po yung covered by sakop, covered by existing legislation already. So yung mga ulila, yan, hahanapan natin ng all-arching legislation. Tanan sa isa. Ayun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will work on that specifically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Leader, tumutungo. Mapapasayan. Tumutungo din si May Ramsar sa kanyang lugar. Oo, siya mag-agree. Okay. Okay, sige. Ikaw na muna. Thank you.
Ulit. Thank you. Talagang supporting cast lang ako dito, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you. At let me put on record what we also were asking a while ago to submit yung I'm very interested dun sa performance indicators natin to find out yung effectiveness of these programs and other similar interventions para makita natin as lawmakers, as policymakers, it's very important. And syempre, ulit-ulitin ko yung Bulacan, kasi yung wetland sa Bulacan napuntahan din natin yan, yung sa may Candaba Swamp in Pampanga, coastal wetlands in Santa Cruz, Pamarawan, Bambang, tsaka dyan sa Taliptip. Iwanan ko po yung issue na yan, but I trust that you'll give us the pertinent information that we are asking for. Another issue, because yesterday, if you recall, Madam Chair, Senator Legarda, our Senate President pro tempore, the President himself talked about, when we had a meeting on LEDAC, the President himself talked about the importance of looking into creation of green jobs. And I was very specific about it, and he looked at me and he talked about a lot of things. Actually, I know it's not part of our topic today, but the President even asked this representation to coordinate with the economic team in crafting the National Employment Recovery Strategy. So we're very excited about that. But part of it would be the creation of green jobs. May we know from the ENR if they have already created or conducted a study on what sectors or what industries need green jobs or green skills. Kasi I was looking at the ILO as chairperson of Committee on Labor of the Senate for quite some time, 6 years po tayong chair. According to ILO kasi, a shift to a greener economy could actually create 24 million new jobs globally by 2030 if, and they made a very specific provision on their report, Madam Chair, if the right policies are put in place. So we're interested in this, and we wanted to find out from the ENR if they have conducted a study on this, or perhaps consulted private sector, or coordinating also with other government offices such as TESDA and CHED or DOLE. If I recall, I think the ENR is also part of TESDA's board, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if you are part of TESDA board. No. DA pala, and other agencies. But anyway, do you have any study or yung initiatives po tungkol dito? Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Actually, a few days ago, last week po, we signed an agreement with DOLE for the implementation of TUPAD po, particularly in the forestry sector. And so that would be the first concrete initiative po for the green jobs creation for this particular sector. Admittedly, Your Honor, we still have to conduct a comprehensive study of the potential for job creation in the environment and natural resources sector. However, we see the great potential, in fact, for nature-based solutions to be needing new kinds of skills and knowledge to be applied. And hopefully po, we can work with you, Your Honor, to actually partner with TESDA, because in fact, the identification of nature-based solutions will require a new type of skill set in terms of the various potential employment that may be available, as well as livelihoods, Your Honor. In terms of job creation po, Your Honor, historically, the National Greening Program has actually employed a good deal of different personnel, particularly po in the planting and the preparation, as well as the monitoring and protection of this project. I'll turn over po to perhaps Yusek Jonas or Director Parian on the number of jobs that have been generated due to the National Greening Program. But by no means, Your Honor, is the forestry sector to be the limitation in terms of green jobs.
Majority Leader was asking about national greening in the 2.5 billion. Part of it, 1.1, will be for the protected areas of our country. The protected areas, 114, right? Although it's measly, but it will be used for that. Yeah.
Yes, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. And if
Yes, I told her that I trust her more than anyone when you talk about environment. Because it's been 6 years, Madam Chair, that you have shepherded this representation in allowing me to
Thank you very much.
grow in
Yes,
this
you have
topic.
you have more
Yes,
time.
just to put on record, no, I agree with the Secretary that green jobs are decent jobs that contribute to the preservation or restoration of the environment, be they in traditional sectors such as manufacturing and construction, or in new emerging green sectors such as yung renewable energy, energy efficiency. This representation actually filed the bill institutionalizing TUPAD of program of DOLE, but I wanted it to have a semblance of concrete training eh. Para hindi lang, kasi usually every time they talk about TUPAD, it's just, you know, they clean up, magwawalis, may mga ibang kalokohan pa yung nakita natin sa television na nagpipicture lang, hahawak ng walis, tapos aalis na, and that's it, no? Ang good thing naman, nakakita ng DOLE yun, no? But the TUPAD program itself has been commended by UNESCO. In fact, they were saying it's a good model, especially for third world countries. But I think we can do better by coming up with programs na may kasamang training, itong green skills na tinatawag, and I think the UNR could help these agencies, no? And I hope na ma-pound pa natin ito. Siguro ang tatanong ko na lang, Madam Chair, Secretary, what amount of your budget is allocated in the creation of green jobs? And siguro the challenges that you have encountered in promoting itong green skills, green jobs, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I'll turn over to you, Sec Anate, for the breakdown. Thank you po.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Villanueva. Apart from or on top of the 2.4 billion pesos budget for the National Greening Program, we also be hiring 636 bantay gubat and 1,139 forest protection officers.
100?
1,139 forest protection officers.
39. But are these figures ideal? I mean, 636 bantay gubat and 1,001 covering the entire country?
Yes.
Wow.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, with all due respect, I will reiterate our point that we delivered po in the earlier part of the session. For the assets that are being requested that the DNR protect and enhance, we are not even in the top 10 of the executive departments in terms of budget allocation. Sa Minahan lang po, medyo behind na po kami in terms of the protected areas, even more so. So with all due respect po, Your Honor.
Yeah, we understand, and that's the reason why we are raising this particular issue, because there are a lot of champions here in the Senate. I mean, you're looking at Senator Lauren Legarda, who's been championing the issues of environment and natural resources. So just to expedite the process, yung sa Bantay Gubat 636, but the ideal is what? Tapos dun sa 1,139, what's the ideal? Wag naman yung sobra, yung ideal lang, decent. Just for us to have an idea on how we can help and augment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I'll turn over to Director Parian of FMB. However, I'll also add po, in terms of green jobs, there are green jobs that are fairly high-tech, especially with the use of drone technology and remote sensing, that we need to understand the changes in the forest cover and land use. And so the range of skills and the knowledge actually is from the ground observation all the way up to the remote sensing po. I'll turn over to Director Parian po for the ideal situation. Thank you.
Sige po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought,
yes, sir. For the ideal number of forest rangers or bantay gubat, Right now, we have, the ideal is one forest guard or bantay gubat per 200.
The ideal is one
Is to 2,500 hectares.
2,500 hectares.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But right now, we have
Right now, we have 1:4,000.
1:4,000
So,
hectares.
yes.
Okay. So dun sa 636, what would be an ideal number?
If you have a forest cover, we have forest land of 15.8 million. So if we divide that to 2,500, that will be,
Ilan yun?
I'll get back to you, Your Honor. 6,320.
6,320. So, yun yung ideal, 6,320. Ang meron sa budget natin is to get 6,036 bantay gubat. So, per bantay gubat natin will cover, one bantay gubat natin will cover 4,000 hectares. Impossible, yeah.
Mr. Majority Leader,
the Senate
Senator
President Pro Tempore said impossible.
No, let's just see. 30 million, okay? Philippines, correct? Okay. 15 million
In
forest land.
Forest land natin.
Okay. Yan, para ako nag-101 na naman mula 1998. Sa 15 million,
7, ma'am, yung may forest cover natin.
hindi na nagbag. Okay.
7.2 million.
Okay, 7.2 million
Yeah.
ang may forest cover.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Next.
Out of that, 4 million is open forest.
Okay, 4 million open forest. When you say open forest,
Is your canopy, ma'am, is less than 40%.
it is natural open forest or it's been cut, that's why it's open.
Well, some of it, ma'am, have been cut. That's why it's considered open.
Some of it has been
Yes,
cut.
yes.
So of the 15 million, you say forest land, 7 million is forest cover, but 4 of that is open forest.
Yes, ma'am.
Were these natural primary growth forest to begin with?
Yes, ma'am. Those were natural pa.
These were natural, these were primary forests long time
Yes,
ago,
ma'am.
centuries ago, and it became an open forest. When did we declare the 4 million of the 7 million as open forest?
Based on our data, ma'am, 2015, yung latest data natin, 7 million na po yung ating forest cover and 4 yung open forest and 2 million yung closed forest.
Okay, when you say the 2 million of the 7 million is closed forest, this is still the first growth,
Yes, ma'am.
primary forest cover, still protected.
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi pa nagagalaw, virgin.
Yes, ma'am. At least.
Okay, Senator J.V. Ejercito and Senator Majority Leader. These are 2 million virgin forests. Ano ba ang tamang salita? Yung naintindihan kasi ng mga kasamahan kong lalaki, virgin forest. They're environmentalists eh. Why are you laughing? I'm not making... Okay, virgin forest means it's not been touched, it's not been logged. These are first growth primary forest.
Yes, ma'am.
Tama ba ho?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Para lang maliwanag, nakakaintindihan tayo. Itong virgin forest, ilan po yung primary growth virgin forest na yan sa simula? Nung lumang panahon.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't have the data right now.
Sabi mong, I'm sorry, I don't know, kaysa magmamagaling, kaysa mali. O sige, bigay mo na lang sa amin yan.
Ma'am.
So itong open forest po, 40% ay naputol or 40% ang nananatili?
Open forest po.
Open.
Ang based kasi sa canopy yan, ma'am. So, based doon sa forest data cover na binibigay sa amin ng NAMRIA, dun sa mapping na ginagawa nila, kung makikita namin na less than 40% yung forest cover, yun po kinukonsider na.
Less than 40% na lang ang natitira po.
Yung canopy po, ma'am. Yung
Sa
canopy,
canopy.
po.
Sige po. So, 4 plus 2, 6, yung 1 million. Ano po yung 1 million? Kasi po,
No, ma'am. Ang hindi ko ka-exact yung 4 million at saka yung 2 million, ma'am, meron pa yan na...
Okay.
So yung 311,000, ito po yung sa mangrove forest natin.
What's a 311,000?
Ito po yung consider natin na mangrove forest.
The 311,000 mangrove forest is part of the 7
Yes, ma'am.
billion.
Part of the forest cover natin.
But if you add nga the 4 and the 2 and the 300, hindi ka pa 7.
Yes, ma'am.
But or less, kasi hindi
Or
tayo
less.
eksakto.
Hindi eksakto, ma'am. May butal pa kasi yan.
Okay.
Oh.
We always put in all our proposed measures introductory notes. That's the constitutional provision, di ba? The rhythm of nature to protect for a helpful ecology. That's always in the explanatory note of most bills. For in line with the Constitution, you're a forester, I would imagine. What is acceptable to abide for a healthful ecology, for the protection of living humans and biodiversity at this time and for the future generations? Of forest cover, of open and closed.
We can take off from our target of survival rate from the NGP, ma'am. Our survival rate there is 85%. For planted seedlings. So
Okay.
if you take that into the...
Bring us to NGP because I really think it's a failed program. Okay,
Yeah.
although I'm calling a spade because I've been sitting here and we have funded it for many years, but really I think it has failed us, and we must rethink that. But I'm talking about basic muna po. What is, from a forester's point of view and from a DNR expert, ano po ang, sa isang 30 million hectares, sa 15 million ang forest cover, what is needed for the Filipinos to live in harmony with nature according to the Constitution?
At this, ma'am, because based on international forest cover na as 30%, ma'am, this would be an idea at least. Yeah, 30%.
Of which
Yes.
po? Of 15?
30% of 15 million.
Of 15 million. Okay? 10% is 1.5, so 4.5 million hectares.
Yes, ma'am.
Of open or closed?
Closed forest, ma'am.
Okay. So, minimum po yan. So, 30% of 15 million is 4.5 million hectares of closed forest. And when we say closed, virgin, primary, first growth. And, tama po?
You're correct, ma'am.
Yes. And the secondary forest would fall under the open. O iba pa po yun.
I agree, ma'am. It will fall under the open forest.
Under the open. Parang nagkakaintindihan tayo sa gamit ng salita natin. O, sige po. So, 4.5, but we only have 2. Yes, oo. Less than 2, even. Are you sure about the 2? Or perhaps this is an old figure?
That's a figure, ma'am, from 2015. Yeah, na data. It's actually 2 something million. If I could just refer to my data here. Sorry.
Ano po ang rate ng ating, okay, para po makamit po natin itong 4.5 na minimum para po maprotektahan ang sambayan ng Pilipino, at nakita natin naman sa bagyo ng Karding kung paano nasagip ng Sierra Madre, maski po may mga degraded areas doon, ang pagsasalanta sa mga lokal na komunidad dahil nandyan pa rin. So, ano po ang dapat gawin para po itong 4.5 million ay makamit, considering na ang ating closed forest or primary forest or first growth forest or virgin forest, yan, maghalintulad po yung mga salitang yon, ay 2 million na lamang or baka less pa kasi 2015 pa po yan, 7 years ago. Ano po ang kayang gawin? NGP, magandang adikain, pero kung i-assess natin, parang maraming katanungan dyan. Sige. So, ano po ang dapat gawin?
Yeah.
Plant and plant and plant with an 85%. So continue to plant, to protect what we have and to continue to plant?
Ma'am, this is my personal opinion. So, really have to involve the other agencies in coming up with a successful reforestation project, especially the local government units. Without their help, because the communities, we are dealing with the communities, and the communities are under their jurisdiction. And without their help and without their advocacy towards restoration of our forest cover, hindi po kakayanin ng DNR, ma'am. Yes.
Ang ahensya. It's a whole of society, whole of government approach. Tama po kayo. DILG, mga lokal na pamahalaan, mga katutubo. Ano na po ang suma total na buhay na itanim na naambag ng NGP sa ating, sa mo ilalagay si NGP? Sa open forest? Hindi, binanggit niya kanina, kaya I'll give him the chance. Kasi baka mainis na naman yung chair natin dyan. Sige, sa NGP. Ano po ang naambag ni NGP mula po sa simula? Kailan man natin pinupundahan to more than 10 years ago? Sige po. Ilan po yung nabuhay, hindi yung magkanong pondong linaan natin. I think aabot na yan. More than 40B na yan 60B total. Yung buhay po na iambag niya sa forest cover po natin na maitatalaga natin sa ilalim ng open. Tama?
Yes, ma'am. This is an estimate, ma'am, because from 2015, and we have the data given us by NAMRIA regarding our forest cover for 2020. And based on that, merong increase po ng forest cover na 3 to 5%. But frankly, ma'am, this 3 to 5% cannot really be attributed to the NGP. Indirectly, can be attributed to the natural growth. Yeah.
Tignan mo, we're on the same page. Ano yung number ni Forester? Tama kaya? So, give me the total NGP from the beginning.
I'm interceding.
3%.
Pwede ba kumain na kayo habang nakikinig kay Senator Lauren kasi
Kumain. Bawal mo dito.
Magto 2 o'clock na.
Oo. Kumain kayo. Ay, walang bawal. Kanina pa ako sumusubo ng kung saging na saba at gano'n. Hindi. Fragile Earth. Teka, so 3% 3% po ng ang nadagdag sa
forest cover, ma'am. Yung forest cover.
3%
yung sa canopy po.
No, 3%
of the
ng anong universe?
2.02. At 2015 kasi, ma'am, ang ating forest cover is the closed forest 2,028 2,028,015.
Ang bigyan po niya, 3 to 5%, and we cannot even say it's the NGP, it could be the natural growth.
Oo.
So, kung hindi po tayo nagpondo ng NGP, ay wala naman pong malaking disgrasya ang nangyari sa Pilipinas. Kasi po, to date, nung nagsimula po yan 2011, ay higit sa 50 billion, 55 in fact, 1.61 billion na ang nalagay po sa NGP. It was Senator Serge Osmeña. I used to defend the budget, always defending the NGP because they would ask for it. But he would always ask the questions like we're asking now and said, it's a failure. He used to say that long ago and we're saying it now. Yes, so
Madam Chair.
55 billion more. Yes,
Yeah.
and only 3% which cannot be attributed to the NGP. But in all fairness to the NGP, it has good intention. We will ask you, sir, who is the focal person for NGP? Kayo po.
Ma'am, as the FMB director.
Okay, yes. Bago po kayo as Forest Management Bureau.
Yes, Madam Senator.
Okay, saan po kayo before that?
Region 8 po ako, ang Regional Executive Director ng Region.
Okay. Give us just an abbreviated report for us to appreciate the NGP. So that we can understand.
Madam
Yes,
Chair?
Yusek Leones.
May I call on you, Sec. Leones, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, based on, ito po yung base sa NAMRIA satellite and endorsement ng review natin. In 2010, Madam Chair, ang atin pong forest cover at the time is 6.8 million hectares. And then based on the 2020 satellites imagery, may nagkaroon po tayo ng additional 455 hectares, 455,601. So meron po tayong increase ng forest cover, approximately mga 6.66% po. Based kaya just want to clarify.
What year was this?
From 2010 po ang ating based on sa NAMRIA, ang ating pong forest cover is 6.839 million
Ang
hectares.
sabi po ng FMB, 2015 figures, 7 million. So more or less, pareho kayo. So,
Yes, yes ma'am. Ang base, ang
siya eh.
210 kasi yun sa
2015
kanya ma'am.
kayo eh.
Yes.
Correct. So tama naman siya na 2015 was 7M forest cover at yung closed forest primary growth ay 2M lang. Ang ayon sa kanya dapat minimum 4.5. So higit tayo sa kalahating malayo. Oo. So we're not blaming you, we're not blaming anybody here. We cannot. So ang ambag ng NGP na 55.161B na bigay natin in 10 years is 3% na hindi pa tayo sigurado kung NGP ang ganyan kasi natural growth forest. Okay. Yes. And remember, NGP is not just in forests on land but also the mangrove forests. Oo. Sige, I took your time, majority. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, she mentioned that she took my time. So please don't. No, but I'm about to wind up actually, and I just wanted to put on record that indeed we need to reevaluate our NGP program, and that, as I was saying a while ago, or for the past year or so, I have been talking to our Senate President Pro Tempore about this and ask her wisdom, and also agree that all of this, we need a whole of government approach. Speaking of situations wherein we need to support and examine our policies, the Philippines joined the EITI in 2013. The country is a leading producer of nickel, a significant producer of gold, copper, and exports iron ore, chromium, zinc, and silver. It also produces some oil and gas. The latest EITI disclosure for 2019 shows that the mining sector contributes 0.6%. I think this is the direct to the country's GDP. This is way bigger than Pogo. I would like to put that on record because I couldn't attend the other hearing, the Pogo hearing, which is ongoing until now. No? And approximately 7% of total export. So having said that, I've been supportive with the Department of Finance espousing of coming up with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative law. In fact, I have been filing this measure. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against absolute banning of mining, but I really feel that it's important that we regulate, especially yung small ones. I'm sorry to say this, hindi ako anti dun sa small ones, pero usually kasi sila yung nagba-violate. And yung sinasabi ng chair, dahil hindi narinig sa microphone, sasabihin ko na lang, ginagamit kasi sila ng mga as front, no, ng mga illegal miners. So to date, may we know, just for the record, how many mining companies have active operating permits in the country, and how many are have pending applications?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I will ask Director Moncano to please give us the specifics on this one. Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Madam Chair and Senator Joel. For the entire country, we have, for the large-scale mining operations, we have 116 operating mines. This 116 is broken down into 56 na metallic and about 60 non-metallic mines. And these are the ones that contribute to the 0.6% contribution to the GDP. But we have actually 307 approved permits But yung 116 lang ang operating. The rest are still in the care and maintenance, in the exploration period. So less than, mga one-third lang yung ating operating mines out of the total na approved permittees or contract holders.
And itong one-third na to, yung sinasabi nyo, sila yung nagko-contribute ng 0.6 of the GDP and 7% of total exports.
That's correct, that's correct.
How is DNR partnering with the initiatives of DOF, as I mentioned a while ago, on the implementation of extractive industries transparency initiative? I suppose itong 116 na ito na check po, no? Is that correct? And how do you ensure that the mining companies are accurately reporting the revenues and the amount of minerals being extracted?
For those that are members of the EITI, there's a process of reviewing their submissions of reports. But please be informed that not all of the are members because voluntary kasi yung nakalagay sa it's not mandatory. That's why only about 98% are members, mga metallic. Konti lang yung mga non-metallic na members dito sa EITI.
Okay, so that's good, no? At least 98% of the metallic are members. Of the 56 metallic, 98% are members. Dun sa non-metallic, halos hindi ito members. So you're saying also, would you say that it is important to be a member or itong voluntary, kung may batas tayo, at least kung ini-extract nila yung ating mga minerals, at least nako-cover natin, namomonitor natin ilan at ano yung effects nito. Would you say it would help?
I would say na actually the recommendation of the MGB is to rejoin the EITI. But we also have reservations because in the last report of the EITI, if I remember it correctly, there were topics that mentioned about human rights, about child labor, which should not be part of the because this is transparency initiative on the extractive industry. So some other aspect should not be included in that report. That's the report of the civil society.
So, generally speaking, when you talk about extractive industries, it is important that it be transparent, will be able to monitor, and at the same time make sure that the minerals being extracted, aware naman po tayo. So I am hoping, and if I get it right, you are supportive of this initiative because I am pursuing this particular measure.
Madam Chair,
that's correct.
Madam Chair,
Thank
on
you.
behalf of the department, may I just state that we are supporting this initiative. We've had discussions with Undersecretary Shelo Magno already in order to see how we may begin to rejoin. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate that. I appreciate it. May we know how many jobs yung mining sector have created if we have data? I remember when I was at the helm of TESDA, we were developing even training regulations and partnering with the industries on how we'll be able to help out in training our would-be workers kasi especially yung nabibiktima ng mga illegal miners, yung mga small scale, ay yung mga talagang wala kahit na anong training at nagre-result ito into accidents, and we just wanted to find out kung ano yung mga initiatives ng ating departamento ng DENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I'll defer to Director Moncano on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, and Senator Joel. For the large-scale mining sector, for 2021, the reported direct employment is 212,000 people, no? 200 of direct. That does not include yung mga guards, yung hindi in-house guard, yung mga janitorial. Basta hindi directly employed, they are not included in that report.
Yung indirect, do we have the numbers or?
Meron kaming estimate, but I would say that's about another 30 or 40,000.
Okay, 30 to 40,000 estimate. Thank you, Your Honor. Siguro hingi na lang po ako dun yung, kasi yung usual natin natatanggap sa ating mga opisina is yung assurance from the department that that there is assistance to community, especially given that mining act requires mining companies to have community development programs. So siguro yung ano na lang natin doon, and siguro isang question na lang, how much royalties were Mines and Geoscience Bureau able to collect from mining operations?
Actually, there are two kinds of royalties, no? Royalties that are paid by mining companies when their operation is inside the mineral reservation. That's 5% of the fair market value of the product. The MGB collects about average about 1.2 billion pesos a year, no? 1.1 to 1.4 billion yung range no, no? We estimate this year about 1.4, no? But that's for the operations inside mineral reservation. The other royalty is the ones that are paid to yung tawag nito, yung mga INCIP, yung IPs, indigenous people. That's the one that we don't have correct data. No? Actually, that should be reported in the EITI, but there's a big discrepancy, gap in the reported and those that were in the report. So that's the number that we do not have a correct figure.
And that's exactly my point that that I'm trying to drive at, the importance of having these extractive industries na maging transparent at makita po natin. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Yung isang point ko na lang po na itatakel dahil wala ho akong intention na magtanong pa sa floor, kaya po I actually went out of my way and come here to participate in this deliberation. But every year, Madam Chair, if you would recall, I would always point out yung unfilled and filled positions for the past 5-6 years, Madam Chair, no? Looking at the unfilled positions of the ENR, I was just surprised, Madam Chair, because in 2002, 2,997 yung unfilled positions. Tapos, ngayon pong 2023, going to 2023, year 2023, naging 3,194. Every year po, Madam Chair, lagi ko itong nire-raise, and I know that the good secretary just got here, got her post, but I would like to put on record that I will continue to do this every year. Kasi imagine, 3,194 unfilled positions, pero ang ating pong contract of service, ang job orders po natin ay umabot na sa 5,487. That's the 5,487 job orders, contract of service, almost 2 times na po ito the number of our unfilled positions. And if you would note, in the national level, you look at the different agencies and the departments of our national government, 1 in 10 positions in government unfilled po, no? And again, I sound like a broken record. The job order, contract of service in the entire government bureaucracy amounts to about 642,000. That's 26% of government workers. Job orders po. At marami po kaming na-discover in different agencies, departments na matagal na po sila, 10, 15, yung iba 20 years, nandun pa rin sila sa contract of service. Hindi naman kasalanan madalas ng departamento, but we wanted to get your inputs kasi in some cases, it is because of the requirement of civil service. Yung civil service, nakausap na rin po namin, parang liaison officer na po ako ng mga government agencies, tinitingnan at in-evaluate ngayon yung mga requirements. In fact, they are coming up with a point system that if you're already there, because some of them have been working for 10, 15 years, they already know the job, and yet hindi sila swak doon sa requirement ng civil service requirements. And then they were saying, sige, we can give them a point system program para nang sa ganon, maging swak sila doon sa requirements. So ito yung tinatanong ko dahil taon-taon ito yung ating advocacy, and we wanted to help. Again, that's the bottom line.
May I make a comment on that? Kasi kaya mas gusto nila yung job order kaysa plantilla position. Mas mura yung job order. Pag job order sila, marami silang savings, magiging bonus nung existing plantilla position. So that's That's the explanation. Tinanong ko rin yan. Yan ang explanation eh. Pag hindi pinil up yung plantilla, job order, mas mura. And then maraming masisave. And then bibigay na bonus sa mga empleyado. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. But in the last hearing of the Department of Budget and Management, which we attended together with Senator Ligarda, the DBM made a statement that they will no longer allow that. I mean, the unfilled positions, plantilla, will be used for bonuses. That's what we heard from the Department of Budget and Management. And they were being told that the department should actually use and make use of these unfilled positions. So yun po yung narinig namin. Kaya tayo naman, again, we are here to help. We wanted to find out na kung merong mga unfilled positions at kasi po, may mga ilan na napakita na hindi swak dun sa requirement. No, ang hirap-hirap nung hinihingi ng civil service, samantalang yung tao na nakaupo doon, ginagawa na yung trabaho for the past decade. So, yun ho, yung mga gusto naming makita at tinutulungan din natin ng civil service para ma-point out ito and at the same time, makatulong po tayo para makilapan itong mga unfilled positions. But let's hear from Secretary Yulo Loizaga. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, sir, we are, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we are looking into this particular situation in the part of the department. We have a new USEC for organization transformation, and this is one of those issues that will be dealt with precisely to evaluate why this is so po. Na may mga unfilled positions hanggang ngayon, pero may mga contract of service.
And it increased po eh. It increased from 2,900. Ngayon po 3,194. I wonder, bakit nag-increase yung unfilled? Marami bang nawala or?
Yeah, if I may, I will defer to Yusek Adobo, who's on top of HR and administration on this one. Thank you po.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
With due respect, our record says the vacancies as of today is 2,700.
It's as of today, there are only
2,700
unfilled positions.
To be exact, Your Honor.
Okay, but still it's
it's almost the same as of last year. Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason that year in and year out, no, for the last like 5 years, there is always this vacancy that occur.
Sir, just to point out no dun sa binigay yung staffing summary na fiscal year 2022-2023, dito po nakalagay, dito po namin nakuha yung 2,997 in 2022, tapos 2023 is 3,194. Nasa presentation niyo po ng staffing summary, kaya po yun yung binanggit namin. So, I hope you make necessary corrections. So, hindi kami nag-iimbento ng figures, just to put that on record.
We understand that, Your Honor. But
Thank you. And I'm satisfied, Madam Chair, that our new secretary will look into this. But rest assured, Madam Chair, and I have been doing this for the past 6 years, and I intend to do this until we'll be able to help our kababayans. Wag naman sana until kingdom come, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat ulit, Secretary and DNR family. Again, we are all here to help. Marami kayong kakampi dito. And rest assured of our full support. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Now may we hear the question of Senator JV.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one point. First of all, just like to give the DNR family, of course, Sec. Maria Antonia, Tony Yulo Loizaga, very glad that an environmentalist, no, like you will be there. Anyway, may susumbong lang po ako, no, because I'm an avid biker. I also do motocross, no. I ride in the mountains of Tarlac, Zambales, more often in the hills of Rizal, mountains of Rizal. No, I go there a lot, especially during the time of pandemic, no? This concerns the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, no? Or what used to be known as the Marikina Watershed Reservation. It was upgraded during 2011 via proclamation by President Noynoy Aquino that time, and it's now declared. It was granted protection under RA 7586. So, National Integrated Protected Area System. This means that this area, Madam Secretary, is now protected against destructive human exploitation. Ang susubuko lang po sa inyo habang sometimes pag nagbabike ako doon, mountain bike, minsan motocross, no? Because we go to the mountains of Sierra Madre, no? I noticed that there have been developments, no? Small pocket developments ng mga houses. Okay lang sana kung light materials but I noticed that there are already some concrete houses that are being built, constructed. Yung iba mukhang ginagawa ng mukhang ginagawa ng private Madam Chair, ginagawa ng private rest house, or some are permanent. Pero ang napansin ko lang din po, kaya ako I want to bring this up because there are times that there are areas where security guards prevent us from passing through, no? Ang narinig ko, these are big developers. Ang narinig ko, some are from Philinvest, some are from Sun Valley, and hindi ko na maalala yung iba eh. But I don't know if they were given, minsan may agreement ho yata na they will be the one in charge para to protect the areas, but parang after some years they will be allowed to develop the area. So I'm hope not, no? Because Madam Chair, an environmentalist like you, I would want the Sierra Madre to be preserved because yun lang kaya ako nagsusumbong kasi I'm bothered, Madam Chair, that nagkakaroon ng pocket developments and there are areas that security guards are preventing us from passing through kasi nga daw pag may-ari na sila, Madam Chair, ng bigger developers, no? So I hope to take note of that, Sec Tony, no? I'm sure you wouldn't want that and I'm sure you would like Sierra Madre to be protected as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll certainly look into that. We know also I've seen the establishment of some large developments in the area, and it has been a cause for concern as well. Perhaps it's time for us to really look at the management of the entire Upper Marikina watershed area. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sec Tony. Anyway, just like what happened, Madam Chair, in the last typhoon, the Sierra Madre always protects us. Lagi more often than not, yung mga strong typhoons nagdi-dissipate when it hits Sierra Madre. So it's also our duty to protect it because it protects us. So kaya nga, I'm very happy that at the helm of DNR is really an environmentalist in Sec Tony. So at least sinumbok ko sa inyo, ma'am, so that he can, pag meron pa ako nakita iba, isusumbong ko ulit sa inyo because malikot ako. Kung hindi ako nagbabike, nagmumotor ako, marami ako nakikita eh.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Honor, we'd really appreciate that po. Thank you very much for that po.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator JV. I will ask just 2 questions which you can give me the report because I have to leave. I have an appointment, but Senator Ligarda will be taking over because she has still many questions and my Chief of Staff will stay to hear what is happening because ang layo eh. Anyway, there are only 2 questions which you can report on and the status of the purchase of composting facilities for 178 LGUs surrounding Manila Bay and the plastic chair recycling facilities for all the cities of Manila Bay, 17 of them, and the provinces around Manila Bay, 8 of them, for a total of 25. These were included in the 2017 and rather 2017 budget na pinadala nyo sa PITC. Oo. Nung hindi nila ma-implement, pinadala sa PITC. So So I think, so I just want to know how it was implemented by PITC. Hindi nila in-implement for the year, pinadala nila sa PIT. And then, in 2021 and 2022 GAA, we gave 320 million in 2021 and 774 million in 2022 for composting facilities and plastic chair facilities outside of the Manila Bay area. Yung una, Manila Bay area. Kaya 17 ang cities ng Metro Manila plus 8 provinces. Ngayon, later on, nagbigay rin kami sa other than the outside the Manila Bay area. I just want to know the status of this budget which I gave. So, kahit written report na lang. Oo. And then another one is the status of the drafting of the IRR for the extended producer's responsibility, which we passed on July 23, 2022. You're given 90 days or until November 11 to formulate the IRR. So I just want to know that because we will be defending the budget sometime and they might ask. So give me the status report of that.
Thank you very
So,
much,
yun,
Madam
oo.
Chair.
Madam Chair, pakisama na rin po yung 2016. You started in 2017, right? 2016, I gave 500 M plus, also for Manila Bay. Manila,
Ano yun?
same, ecological solid waste.
Solid waste.
For ano,
Yeah.
for cleanup.
Yeah. So
Cleanup
ito
and-
composting facility. Oh, yun.
That would be part of it.
Yeah.
Composting,
Yeah.
recycling,
Oh.
cleanup, 500 M. Panahon pa ni Eli.
Yun,
So,
detalye,
16, 17, 18.
Yeah,
no?
yeah. It's
Ang-
17 yun akin, 16 yun sa'yo, tapos I did 2021 and 2022. So, just a report of the implementation. And then the second one is the EPR. So, I will be leaving Senator Lauren because my guests are waiting for me in Las Piñas already. So, you will take over.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your trust and confidence. I promise you, I will not amend the budget without your clearance.
No, there's no amendment. Ano lang, transfer.
Transfer,
lang sa
internal
priorities,
realignment.
diba?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And maybe you can add to the budget.
I will add for protected areas with your concurrence. We will discuss, of course. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Okay, dear. Yung merienda mo, pahadala mo na lang. Sige. Okay. So, let me just thank you very much. Maari po kayong kumain lahat habang kayo'y nag-uusap na pag-usapan na natin yung mga mapa kanina sa NAMRIA and judicious use of our maps for DRR for LGUs. We also, I'm just trying to review so that I don't miss anything. We also talked about the protected areas and the increase to the legislated protected areas. Input will come from you, and the budgets of the protected areas will be augmented with the partial internal realignment of the NGP 1.1, right? And then third, we talked about wetlands and 464 wetlands. I'm already summarizing actually for the department. The 464, the studies will be given and how we can legislate it into one. Okay. And then the assessment of the NGP based on the 3% increase, which is not necessarily attributable to the NGP so in short, we are trying to assess the 55.161 billion from 2001 to 2022, whether nasayang, then I will feel bad and blame myself because I chaired your budget for several years, and what's the way forward for more judicious utilization of our funds. Okay, having said that, I hope I was able to summarize what I said earlier. If I missed out, pakilista po. Okay. Why do we have plastic bottles? Are you not the ENR? We have our mugs. Don't you believe in limiting our single-use plastic? Yes, it's our committee, it's the Senate. Can I request the Secretariat, because in all our hearings, we are supposed to have water dispensers. Where are the water dispensers? Wala naman kasi. And do we have advisories, LBRMO, at least for finance hearings, but so that the cabinet members and all the bureaucracy would bring in their own water jugs, right? Okay, and no to single-use plastic. Pero hindi, inumin na ninyo, tapos i-recycle na lang yun. Di ma-recycle yan. So, my question is first on RA 9003. It's been 21 years. Where is the National Solid Waste Commission, Madam Secretary? Is it under DNR or under the Office of the President?
Madam Chair, under the Office of the President.
Yes, but how does it fall into the DNR, and how do you control it as implementing agency of 9003? But actually 9003 barangay level yan eh. Naguguluhan na ako sa batas ko of 1999.
Madam Chair, I'll turn over to Yusek Michkuna for the full
Madam Chair, if I may. The EMB is the Secretariat of the Commission, and the DNR chairs the Commission, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so DNR chairs the commission. Who's the head of the commission now? The National Solid Waste Commission.
The DNR as chair of the Commission.
Who's the focal person? The name of the person in charge of the National Solid Waste Commission?
Until recently, it was Undersecretary Benny De Leon, but Antipor the first, and then De Leon, ma'am. And then they're both not in the department anymore. So we're in the process of.
So may we know who is it now?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're in the process of evaluating all those positions that have been vacated by the co-terminus, and so we are looking at different personalities to appoint.
I see. So the National Solid Waste Commission is headed by the DNR, but that commission is standalone under the Office of the President. But then again, DNR heads it. And you have a focal person all the time designated as focal person to head the commission. And there is no one heading it now.
Not yet, Madam Chair, because we are now working on all the reorganizations for the different.
Understood. You're new. Does it have to be somebody plantilla? It could be anybody to head the commission.
It does not have to be plantilla, Madam Chair. It can be a designated
Does
person.
it have to be a director? No.
No, Madam Chair.
You get someone like Sonia Mendoza to head the commission.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Let's give RA 9003 a chance.
Yes.
People say, let's incinerate, let's do waste to energy. Okay, I keep an open mind. I keep an open mind to technology. But we know that there are 1/4 of our population, or at least LGUs, who successfully do ecological solid waste. So why don't we do it? Right?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, she's the leading contender for that position. She's a member. She represents civil society
She's already there.
on the commission. Yes.
Magbago siguro ang ating gawain kung private sector, NGO, CSO ang mag-lead ng commission. Baka magbago.
Very well taken po, Madam Chair.
Pagbigyan natin yung batas. Kasi pag pinag-aral at saka yung batas na yan, ang tumulong sa akin, mga CSO at NGO at mga kababaihan. At mga scientists. Sila Dr. Palaypay ng UP. Tagal na, 1998 eh. 99. So, nakakahinayang naman na baliwalain yung batas. Pag sabihin, tambak na lang yung basura nyo dyan. Sunugin na lang namin. May makina naman tayo. Teknolohiya ngayon, 2022. Paso na yan. Ayaw kasi gawin ng mga tao. Hindi ako naniwala dyan. Bakit opisina ko? Bakit bahay ko? Ba't sa farm ko? Ba't yung mga lokal na komunidad na pinupuntahan ko? Maligaya sila, malinis sila, at may barangay Holy Spirit sa Quezon City, ay masaya yung kababaihan, may income sila kasi pinapatupad yung batas. So, may silbi. So, baka naman may pag-asa pag si Sonia Okay? Hindi ako naghihimasok. But it's a kind suggestion to the good secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's very well taken po.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we could ask from the DNR pilot sites or best practices sites, barangays, LGUs that have successfully implemented this so that those who do not know that there's a law existing and that it can be successful can copy. May I can immediately say, Barangay Holy Spirit. Nakakatuwa. Lalaki ang head ng, yung si Kapitan, ha? Pero maraming kababaihan sa Holy Spirit. Perhaps, let's say, si Vice Mayor Te ng Caloocan. Hindi tuloy, nakasubo talaga si Yusek Te. She can champion this. She can champion this and do a local ordinance city in Caloocan so that Caloocan, which has how many districts, ilang legislative districts, na ang dami-daming population, if it can be a model, in fact, maski isa lang i-model niya. Makita ng iba, ganun yun. Parang yung aming barangay Potrero kung saan ako napanganak sa Malabon, nung naging model at nanalo ng clean and green, marami kami informal settlers, nagbabaha kami, naging modelo nung naging hamon sa akin na bakit naman yung sarili kong barangay hindi mapatupad yun. Nandun yung mga tao ni Sonia ng 6 na buwan, naging winner ng clean and green. So, kung kaya ng isang barangay na may informal settler areas, kaya ng lahat. Tapos, barangay Sikat sa Alfonso ba yun? At saka barangay Nyogan sa Tagaytay City, barangay Fort, I think BGC, yung kapatid ni Senator Cayetano, naging outstanding rin yun. May mga models. So, Yusek Te, hiningi ko sa inyo, it's not a question, you can tell may inaanak, Vice Mayor, to use it as a model. Sige na. Nanay niya na sa DNR eh. Legacy yan, dear. Gusto ng mga bata yan. Yun ang aking suggestion. EMB. Ang EMB ba ang in charge as Secretariat of 9003? May I know? First time I see Director William Cunyado. I don't think I've encountered you in my decades here in the Senate as EMB kasi you keep on changing. Siyempre, mga EMB. What have you done as Secretariat of RA9 of the Ecological Solid Waste Management in its full and effective implementation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Cunyado, please.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Regarding to the solid waste management, we have developed different online systems in terms of the monitoring of all the compliance of the LGU, such as monitorings on the place that there's a dirty or garbage that is disposed by local government unit. We will have to take a picture for that, then download to our online systems and to directly to the local government unit. After that, the local government unit will be the one to clean up that. So we are very successful on that. We have employed about 333 INMOs for that, doing and coding it with cooperation of the local government unit. Another one is the providing some equipments that will be used by the local government unit, especially the composters and shredders that will be used for the biodegradable. And these are already delivered to all the local government unit. In fact, we have provided 17, for the MRF, we have 17,000 MRF that will be provided to the 42 barangays. And for the posters and the
sige, magbigay na lang po kayo ng report ng ginagawa ng EMB para po ipatupad yung batas na 21 years old na yung batas na yan.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Yes.
if I may
Secretary.
request Yusek Mitch to provide some details.
He would know also. Yeah, thank you EMB. Director, paki-submit na lang po ng report ninyo kung ano ang pamamaraan ninyo bilang Secretariat ng ESWM, yung National Solid Waste Commission. Thank you. Okay, Yusek Kuna.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In addition to what Director Cunyado said, ma'am, I think one of the more important functions of the commission, with the help of the Secretariat in the person of EMB is the approval of the solid waste management plans. So there's been a big increase in the approval of the solid waste management plans of the LGUs. Right now, we have approved 1,147 out of 1,592 of the LGUs. This would, with these plans approved, it would have it would give the indication of what the management of the solid waste in each LGU should be moving forward. Also, monitoring the closure of the dump sites. As we all know that the dump sites should have all been closed in 2000, way back in 2006, or 5 years after the passage of the law, but it took a lot of time. In fact, admittedly, there still is difficulty for certain LGUs with no adequate funding and space in their areas for landfill. So, Madam Chair, the disposal facilities nearest to these LGUs are too far. So that's also a problem that we're trying to address now, which is why probably the e-phone technology has been coming up, particularly when we're in Congress. Lumalabas
I'd be open to suggestions because this is a 21-year-old law.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you study it for me? Again, evidence-based, science-based, based on practice.
Yes, ma'am.
How we can amend the law. I'm open. But my question is, what's the doable waste diversion based on your experience? Ideal 25%.
The existing right now is 55%. Waste diversion rate.
55%
Yes.
ang diverted, which means that that waste is composted, recycled, right? And the 45 ang naiiwan for the MRF, which eventually will be collected and brought to the landfill.
Yes, ma'am.
Mababa kasi. The ideal would be 25% sanang maiiwan. Pero ang doable talaga, mga 50-50 lang.
Right now, the current rate is 55%. ma'am.
Yeah. Yan, again, it's discipline. Even this building, it's really discipline and a way of life. So kailangan, it's not just a matter of giving shredders and composters. It's teaching people how to change the way they do things.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in the past, we were able to speak to all the barangays, at least here in the National Capital Region, and try to educate them on what they have to do, the preparation of the solid waste management plans, segregation at source, and all these things. But it's really been a challenge.
MMDA, we had a hearing with DBM, and the new MMDA chair, I forget his name. Can you connect with him?
Yes, Carlos Mayugan.
Yes, so that they're willing to. Of course, they should. It's a law. They agreed to help in its implementation. If you can help them, perhaps the National Solid Waste Commission, if Sonia is on board or will be on board soon, or maybe Yusek Kuna, of course, only if the secretary agrees, and Sonia. When you start with NCR, the whole country doable. Yeah. If you can have model barangays within NCR, start with the informal settler areas. Yan ang hamon talaga. Kung magawa natin yan, yun lang ang magawa niyong DNR. Never mind that all programs failed before. If you're able to do that, wow, it will automatically also clean up our waterways, inland waters. Then we don't have to throw solid, infectious human waste into our waterways. If you can only do that, please. But MMDA can only learn from you, and maybe let's include the DILG. So MMDA, DILG, but marami masyado, wala ng council, just on your own. And this does not need additional budgets because it's your mandate, right, to help implement it. May I please request that?
Yes, ma'am. We'll call for a meeting as soon as possible.
Kayo lang ni MMDA chair. Yes. And Sonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will do that.
It's been done in barangays in Metro Manila. Yes, thank you. Now, during a budget hearing of the NICA, no less than the Director General reported that, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I was not in the hearing, but I'm reading notes. China's illegal reclamation. From solid waste, we go into the West Philippine Sea. This was discussed earlier. Into the illegal reclamation of China and island building in the West Philippine Sea. It reportedly has caused environmental degradation to 35 billion pesos, decrease in fish production that cost us 20.4 billion. I'm not certain. Again, I'm reading from notes here in a budget hearing, no? And the loss of 7.2 million kilograms of fish due to the illegal presence of Chinese maritime, which causes a loss of 8.6 billion. I know that there's a national task force for the West Philippine Sea, and the DNR is part of this. Are we aware of these losses in terms of environmental degradation? Of course, you cannot answer the part of fish production that would be DA. Are we aware? Are we a member of this task force? Are you a member of the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea? Is the agency aware of the environmental status where China is building or conducting its illegal reclamation and island building? If the answer is no, I will not blame you because I also just learned of these facts during the budget hearing of the NICA. So, do you have a focal person for this task force in the West Philippine Sea or none yet? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. The permanent representative, we have two. Recently, we added one more. Is Attorney Annalisa Te, Yusek Te. But we've also added Yusek Augusto de la Peña, former Major General de la Peña, who's now an undersecretary with the department. I will turn over to Yusek Te just for an update on some of the discussions that have been taking place on the task force. We do not have the exact figures as you have mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, we learned about the illegal reclamation also through the report in the National Task Force West Philippine Sea, and a note verbal or a diplomatic protest has been filed already. But on the part of the DNR, to ensure that marine environmental protection is being undertaken in the West Philippine Sea, we have undertaken marine scientific research. We have supported 4 biodiversity expeditions to the West Philippine Sea from 2017 to 2021, and this is in partnership with UP, MSI, BIFAR, Philippine Navy, Coast Guard, and the National Coast Watch Council. Basically, the MSR aims to study and monitor the coastal and marine ecosystems, and the results have been used for the development of a proposal. There's a pending proposal, Madam Chair, to the Office of the President to declare the Pag-asa Island and the Eastern Kalayaan Group as marine protected areas under the NIPAS. But because of the security concern, it is also being deliberated in the National Security Council. So until now, pending po yan sa Office of the President. Were also 3 expeditions to the Philippine Rice, as we have declared the Philippine Rice Marine Resource Reserve. This was supported from 2018 to 2022. We have also developed the management plan in the Philippine Rice. We have also, based also on the clearance of the task force, we are establishing an MSR station in Grande and Chiquita Islands. These are small islands in the Subic Bay. And right now, Madam Chair, we're also doing some valuation studies with USAID, CBOL, and DOST PSERD so that we can value the damages that were that we suffered and this is as a result also, or this is based on the arbitral ruling. So as we since we cannot enforce what is provided in the arbitral ruling, meantime we're doing evaluation studies, so at least we can value how much we're actually damaged.
So we're not certain of these figures, the environmental damage amounting to 35 billion. No, hindi galing sa inyo yung figures na yon.
Wala pa po, Madam.
Okay.
So we're still
In the hearing,
the
it was
valuation.
mentioned by Nika. It says here 35 billion environmental degradation decrease in fish production cost us 20.4 billion and 7.2 million kilos of fish. Hindi galing sa inyo yung figures. You don't have figures yet on environmental degradation caused by the reclamation and island building of China's maritime activities? Not yet.
Madam Chair, those figures are not from us at the moment, so we are still undertaking the studies and valuation.
Yusek, your representative to the task force, can just validate the figures. Yes, it was in a. Sige, I just wanted to confirm if that was from DNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So thank you for that information. Now, I'm not sure if this was brought up earlier, the Manila Bay Dolomite, when you were speaking about Dolomite. Was it already brought up? It was. I will not. What was the answer, just so that I'm certain?
Madam Chair, I'll ask Yusek Kunap to please.
Yusek Jonas, who is in charge of the Manila Bay project, Madam Chair, clarified that there is no budget for this budget request for this coming year because the project has been completed, particularly the Dolomite sand area.
The white sand is still there. Okay, so it's done. We will not belabor the point if it's done. And did it do damage to marine life, or it did not do damage? Or maybe you're not in a position to answer that. That's a pass. It's already there. There is no budget for 2023 for upkeep, for additional dolomite from Cebu or from wherever part of the country.
Madam Chair, may I ask Yusek Leones?
Ma'am, regarding po sa damage ng beach nourishment, palay ko po wala dahil yung ang ginawa po natin, dinredge po natin yung mga materials doon at in decades talagang madumi na po yun. And then for the dolomite sand, wala na po tayong bibilin para sa mga succeeding years. However, we will be allocating for the maintenance po ng dolomite beach natin. Based on the figures given by MBCO and DPWH, we pegged at 103 pesos per square meter per month ang budget po natin for the maintenance ng buong beach area po natin.
100?
3 pesos.
100 pesos?
103 pesos per square meter per month.
Cleanliness?
Opo.
Cleanliness.
Cleanliness po, sampling, watering, contouring, and leveling po.
Leave it at that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So we already talked about the 2016 allocation for ESWM. I will not repeat that. And Senator Villar mentioned about the succeeding years. We will have a complete report of that so that we see what kind of, did it help? All these lalaking figures. So it says here in the present year GAA, the EMB received 859 million for the implementation of ecological solid waste management. Is this only for Manila Bay or it's for all? But for the 2023 NEP, it has 320 million. I believe this is not just for Manila Bay, but this is for the whole allocation, right?
Madam Chair, I will
Yes.
request Yusek Ana for the breakdown.
Okay,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have under Manila Bay, 806 million for the cleanup of rivers, shorelines, waterways, including improvement of water quality and hiring of river warriors and bantay esteros.
It's for 2023.
For 2020.
800 million for Manila Bay.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say Manila Bay, it will be
It includes
region,
the whole Manila Bay
yes,
region.
4A, Region 3, and NCR.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, surrounding the bay.
Opo.
When you say cleanup, what do you mean? Where will you use the 800 million? How will you clean it up?
Madam Chair, I'll turn over to Yusek Leones for this.
Madam Chair, based on our plan, activity po natin dito sa cleaning ng river system ay clearing, grabbing, desilting, and removal of submerged garbage for 9 river systems. And then to address the water quality of the polluted water, we intend to we plan to construct solar-powered STP at Marikina River and Tulyahan Tinejeros River in addition dito po sa existing natin na STP sa Manila Bay, Madam Chair.
Mentioned, yes, I'm glad you're mentioning that. So we have Manila Bay and 9 river systems. These are inland rivers connected to Manila Bay. For the record lang, pakibasa nga yung 9 rivers.
Ma'am, ang natanda ko po, ito po yung number 1, Pasig River, San Juan River, Parañaque River, Tulyahan Tinejeros, Capote River, ano pa ba? Forgot but I
I
have
know,
this one.
every year I ask that, I try to memorize it, I also forget. Anyway, just kindly give it to us. Kasi, no matter how we try to clean Manila Bay, if the tributaries, what do you call them?
River
If that
system.
river, tributaries, ano man tawag dyan?
Usually, ma'am, pagka malaki po river system, pero yung mga maliliit po, esteros or creeks po yan.
But these are rivers.
Rivers po.
9 rivers.
9 rivers.
Sige.
Major river systems.
If you don't clean them, linis ka ng linis, dumadumi naman yung ilog, ganun din. So, kailangan isama nyo yung 800, kasama dyan yung ilog or Manila Bay lang? Kasama yung 9, tama?
Usually, mga ilog po, lahat po nakakonekta. So, may mga river systems and then creeks na attached to the river systems.
Yun ang gusto ko malaman. Ang Manila Bay, 9 rivers.
Yeah po. Tapos, nakakonekta pong rivers yan based on sa recollection ko, 335 creeks and rivers attached to the different river systems. Esteros pala, Esteros po.
The 9 rivers connected to Manila Bay and 300
Na Esteros po.
Esteros connected to the 9 rivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Or Esteros directly to the bay.
Esteros connecting to the river systems.
Define Esteros.
Usually, ma'am, Esteros yung...
As opposed to canals.
Yung mga kanal po, mga daanan lang na maliit po. Usually yung creeks, mga river systems, medyo malaki po. Bigger than in terms of yung width, malaki po yung creek and esteros eh. Usually, along esteros, nandun po yung mga informal settlers natin. Pero sa canals po, medyo maliliit lang po yun. Maliliit yung canal.
So we have the Manila Bay, we have 9 major rivers. You'll submit the names of the 9
Yes, we
and the locality or the city. And there are how many?
300 plus na esteros and creeks po.
Esteros and creeks.
Apo.
You will name them how many per city. And would the 800 million be utilized for all these 300 creeks and canals? Or esteros and the 9 rivers?
Ma'am,
and the 3 regions? No.
Ma'am, hindi po kakayanin dahil based dun sa aming accomplishments, siguro sa mga esteros po na nilinis natin for the last 2 years po, about mga 15 pa lang po na esteros and creeks ang na-dredge natin and na subject sa clearing.
Yes. Okay. I know it's a challenge. But
ma'am, ang maganda po rito, dito sa river systems natin, it's not only the DNR who's taking
That's
the
why,
cudgel,
yes.
but there are a lot of private sectors who are really supporting us. One is, of course, yung San Miguel po. They're helping us in the Tulyahan and Pasig River. And Aboitiz po, meron din po. So, we cannot really clean up Manila Bay using our budget. But of course,
Yes.
we need the support of the private sector, Madam Chair.
can you ask, let's say for the 9 river system, for private sector sponsor, are you legally allowed to do that? And perhaps for the 300, whatever you call it, canals or no, esteros and creeks, maybe other sponsors, meron silang hindi lang taga-pondo, taga-bantay kung sino yung negosyong nandun?
Yes, Madam. Actually, that's yung criteria natin. Usually, like for example, in the case of SM, they're adapting yung esteros and river systems close to them. And then, for example, itong Pasig River. So, ganun po.
This is not new. This has been done before.
Yes, been done before.
I know there have been many attempts, including the time of President Ramos. But let's try again. Let's try every year until we breathe, right? So, if you can find, I'm sure you'll find sponsors for your esteros, canals, the 9 rivers. So you just need, and tell me what you need. But we have to know first what to do. Basic is you implement ESWM in those areas. When you implement ESWM in the 300 esteros areas and the informal settlers in the 9 areas, even while they're there, having STPs, do we have?
Yun ang naging problem natin, ma'am, na yung sa mga informal settlers natin, talagang they're just using the creeks and rivers as their big toilets. So we have been coordinating with the 2 concessionaires in Metro Manila, the Manila and Manila Water, requesting them to at least help us in installing temporary sanitation facility in these areas so that we can, while we are coordinating with the DSUD for the immediate relocation of these informal settlers, at least yung kanilang mga waste po nasa temporary sanitation facility po.
Pa 207, ito na rin pinag-usapan natin, di ba? Oo. So, hindi ko hihilingin kayo sa secretary na isolve ang problemang to, pero at least let's try to do something. Sec Tony, ano kayang innovation magagawa
Yes,
natin?
Madam Chair.
Getting
In
frustrated.
fact, many of the private sector companies are offering to show us what technologies they have in terms of cleaning up the river system. So we're lining them up, Madam Chair. Of course, San Miguel, as well as the other large corporations that actually have operations on the river, along the riverside po. So we will, in fact, meet with all of them and see how we might come up with a comprehensive strategy and not just do it on a piecemeal basis. Kasi po, as you pointed out, Madam Chair, unless we understand that this is a system of systems, we will never be able to get to the bottom of them. And there is, of course, a social component of this, which I think the ecological and solid waste movement can actually address. So,
Kasi hindi ko rin masasolve naman yan sa buhay ko. At nakakaawan mo ka, hindi kayo kumakain. I will stop there even if I have long questions. Hindi na. Hindi ko kaya maging superwoman kasi I realize used to ask these questions in my first, second, third term. And, yeah, masakit ang puso ko eh. Yeah, it's frustrating but we'll do what we can. Tuldukan ko yun. Ayokong pahirapan naman kayo. Dami pa do. Di na. We can only do our share in the corner of the world. But I ask for the strict implementation of ESWM. Hindi ko natanong na yung Clean Air Act. Basta dapat umaandar ang mga monitor nyo. Mag-meet kayo with MMDA. Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, I know there's a big issue with the water concessionaires, but they're trying their best as well. Again, I don't want to make it difficult for private sector as well. It's a difficult time. But that's all I will ask. I can ask you naman anytime. And everybody's hungry and tired. And I will do what I can to help you as well. So thank you. You're probably shocked why I suddenly abbreviated my questions because I realized that it's really a big challenge to do all this. But I would appreciate receiving a report, MMDA and DNR, and maybe the League of Mayors for Metro Manila, so that, League of Mayors head for the 3 regions for Manila Bay, and especially Metro Manila, because these rivers traverse Metro Manila. If they at least implement ESWM, even while the informal settlers are there, and we should treat them in a humane manner, hindi natin dadagdagan pa yung dumi ng ating mga ilog na pinanggagalingan ng ating dapat buhay at pagkain. At para naman ang Manila Bay ay magamit natin ang shellfish and the produce of Manila Bay. So if you can come up with a strategy, not strategy, a framework, what can you do in the next 6 years, but focusing on the next 12 months to clean up Manila Bay. You're familiar, of course, with the continuing mandamos of the Supreme Court on Manila Bay. Again, I've asked this kasi a long, long time ago. And again, it's not just DNR, it's all agencies. If you can come up with something doable, dredging and desilting, yeah, that's part of it. But preventing also by changing the lifestyle, if you can, of those living in those areas. But I will stop there. Yeah, I'll just call Sec Tony anytime or any of you or ask for information. But I would assume that the chair would want me to move for the approval of the budget, right? Pending the submissions requested and pending the submission of the internal realignments that we discussed earlier. Not more. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, yun na yun. So your budget is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if we may, we would like to give you a copy of some proposed recommendations for
How much
consideration.
total? Oh, I'm not the chair. So give it to me, but we will
Yes,
bring it
Madam
to...
Chair.
How much? Oh, dear, i-approve ko na yung budget nila. Hindi na magtanong.
Yes.
Huh? Ano, dear?
I have 2 copies naman eh.
For submission. Ah, yes. Oo. Oh, ako rin may amendment. Tutulungan ko rin sa... Magkano ang total amendment na gusto nyo?
Madam Chair,
Bigla akong sumikit ang dibdib ko. Na-realize ko yung... Kasi tinan mo, Manila Bay, 9 rivers, 300 creeks. Sumikip talaga. Literally sumikip ang dibdib ko. Teka.
Madam Chair,
Nagsimula ako dito, 38 years old ako, 62 na ako. Yan, mahirap, nakakaiyak. Si Attorney Doblon, nag-retire na. Manila Bay pa rin pinag-uusapan. Woo! Sabi ko, stop na lang.
So, Madam Chair, we try to keep as modest as possible on the request. So we have an additional 211 million request po, which will
211
million.
For what agency? What program?
Madam Chair, broken down.
The breakdown, okay.
Yes.
Kindly give it to the chair's chief of staff and LB Remo, Leslie, and to my office. Soft copy na lang. 200 million.
211 po.
That's doable.
Yes po.
Will it change the world?
We hope. One step at a time, Madam Chair.
What is basically what will the 211 do, Secretary Daisaga? Will it clean the air that we breathe and teach people to implement segregation at source? And will it green this dirty metropolis? If the answer is in the affirmative, I say yes. If you say it will not change, then you might burn your files.
Madam Chair, the budget was really, the additional was really taking into consideration the issue of water security in the country. And so both MGB and the National Water Resources Board, as well as, of course, a little bit for FMB and LMB as well. No? But water security is actually the focus of the additional budget.
I agree. I like the concept, but where it will be spent, we'll have to look at the fine print. But yes, I'm not the chair, but I guess she will agree for a 200 amendment. We'll see where it will come from. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Maswerte kayo, napagod na ako. I didn't ask anymore. Sige. Thank you very much to the DNR.
Thank you very much for your support, Madam Chair.
Basic, but amendments, but we approved the budget, no? Pending the amendments. Amendments to increase, not to decrease, right? To increase. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.